Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Frimpong, and Glenn Loury was fired from the Manhattan Institute for speaking his truth about what he thinks of the Israeli situation. For example, that Gaza is in a situation much like, or at least similar to, Black South Africa under apartheid, because there are two different sets of laws in the West Bank, and there are similarities. And he saw similarities. He read Ta-Nehisi's Coates' book, and he sees similarities, and he was kind of exploring these similarities out loud. And it turns out that his owners at the Manhattan Institute didn't appreciate that, so they let him go. Now, I learned about him being let go by watching his interview with Brianna Joy Gray. I'm a fan of Brianna Joy Gray. I think she's lovely. I don't agree with her on all of the things, but I think she has a lot of integrity, and I appreciate her mind, and she's got a lovely wit. I find her to be a great person, even if we don't agree on all the things. I think she's like, a net positive for the world, and it's sincere in her approach to political life. For example, I don't think student debt is the universal issue that she thinks it is. And I think healthcare is a little bit more problematic than she thinks it is. But in general, like, Brianna Joy Gray isn't the problem with our politics. Glenn Loury arguably is the problem with our politics. Now, I'm actually not a fan of Glenn Loury. I'll listen to him every now and then. I think he's a smart guy. He asks questions that other people don't always ask, which I appreciate. Now, he thinks apparently that his success has come from the quality of his political courage and his sharp intellect and possibly IQ. He might be one of those guys. Now, he thinks that's where his success has come from. And I suspect his success has come from being a Black conservative who rigorously argues but always lands on the side that the whites who pay him like him to land on. Right? So Glenn Loury learned one of the first rules of CRT is that you are only useful in America insofar as whites find you useful. And the whites did not find him so far particularly useful in his trenchant criticism or even questioning of Israeli military policy vis-a-vis the Palestinian residents who live in Palestine/Israel, especially in the West Bank and in Gaza. Like I said, you got two sets of laws in the West Bank, and you have a not quite state-ish state in Gaza, and it's tantamount to a quality of second-class citizenship with all the degradations that go along with that, and a quality of colonialism with all the degradations that go along with that. And he was asking these questions, and then his funding got removed because the whites did not like him asking those questions in the way he was asking them. I won't be more specific lest I get flagged for anti-Semitism, but his criticism of Israel cost him his job. Now, when that happened to Mark Lamont Hill, I think Loury would have said, like, well, Hill should have been more serious, or, kind of that bootstrapism, or like the keen intellect will always win. The keen intellect will always win, both in the short term and long term. is kind of the conservative mantra that you'll find in Lowry's thought. And it turns out that he was not ever promoted, or he might have been promoted for being the quality of keen intellect that always happens to land on the side that his paymasters happen to agree with. Right? So he was the black voice of white supremacy. And according to him, I guess naively so, because he didn't know the stakes of the game until, at 76 years old, the Manhattan Institute just yoinks his funding, and now he's out there on the internet streets like everybody else, and without a significant backer. So you have to understand what that means, that his naivety for the middle 50 years of his very lucrative career, that quality of naivety was very lucrative. It paid. Had he known a little bit more, had he known what he knows now 50 years ago, he would have just been another cracked out Negro. Now that could be cruel, but Lowry's admitted his problems with the booger sugar as it is. And that didn't stop him because of his keen intellect from retaining his job and his lifestyle, and apparently his mistress didn't do great things for his family. But it turns out you can do a lot of things as long as you end up at the same conclusion of your white supremacist paymasters, right? So he would get there a different way. To the eugenics and he would get and the justness of America in the long and arguably short term. He would get there a different way, but he landed there, and that's why they paid him. They paid him for where he landed. Now, when he landed that on the idea that Israel is similar to an apartheid state, they withdrew his funding. And he was like, oh, not me. How dare they? Do they not appreciate my courage and my intellect? No, they have never appreciated your courage and your intellect. They appreciated you, Glenn, as the black voice of white supremacy. You were a useful Negro. And let's be honest, that's how you paid for your life, by being a useful Negro. You thought you paid for your life by just being smart. It turns out you were paid for being useful. I'm sure Coleman Hughes will have the same grift in 50 years if he ever grows a conscience, and then his backing will be relieved because black people are functionally like moneyless and powerless in the United States. Look, man, that's just how it is. By the way, I don't have to worry about that so much because you good people of YouTube fund the quality of life that I call mine, right? And so you should go to www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month for me to dispense a quality of wisdom, lest you not be so confused for 50 years of your career and find out when you're 76 that I was right about everything. Not everything, but about a lot of things. About a lot of things. I would have told you a long time ago that no amount of cocaine, get off the rock, man. I would have told you a long time ago. I'm a teetotaler myself, so I can say that both with a sense of humor and a sense of seriousness. Like, you don't need that stuff in your life. It's hard enough being black. Like, it doesn't matter how smart and how much smoke is put up your butt and how the good things people tell you about. Your intellect is what will save you in this world. Don't do anything to jeopardize it, even if you think that you have extra intellect. As I'm sure Lowry thought he did. He thought he was so smart he could do the drugs and it wasn't that big of a deal. It turns out he wasn't ever paid for his intellect. He was paid for reaching the conclusions that his paymaster wanted him to reach. And that's a lot of black life here. And it's so much of black life that when you hear someone who's a real free Negro like myself, just kind of following the arguments, it's refreshing and also perilous. So if you want to keep me doing the quality of thought and investigation and like work that I've been doing for the last stretch, go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com, lest you squander your life because you zig when you should have zagged, and it turns out that you take the advice from the wrong people instead of myself. I'm sure some of you who are watching have lives have been increased in a substantive way because you started watching this show. I like to think that you have. So every single opinion, Carton Freebie Jr. says, free, every single opinion and view is anti anything Republican. Well, I think Republicans are better than Democrats on family, but mostly because Democrats are so bad on family. They're like the culture of no fault divorce is just a disaster, is child abuse that's come in the form of liberalism. But then you got McWhorter and Lowry both have screwed up families too. So it's not as if he was ever like that principled of a conservative. He was useful for the project of the moneyed conservatives. He was just useful. He was a useful Negro and he got fired for not being a useful Negro, for not being useful anymore. You have been replaced, right? So I'll still listen to Glenn Lowry every now and then because I've always listened to him, even when I thought he was, wrong but naive, just because some of his discussions are interesting. But this idea that he was naive insofar as he didn't think that he thought the Manhattan Institute would stand behind his courage because they hired him for his courage and keen intellect, not his views on specific issues. It turns out his paycheck was always contingent on his views on specific issues. And it was just helpful for them that he got there in a black face, using a quality of arguments that they would support, right? So what's interesting for me is how much poorer Glenn Lowry would be if he were less naive. And you got to think about what that means, right? So if he were less naive about the structure of American capitalism or the structure of our kind of service economy and who he serves and whom he serves in this economy 50 years ago, he wouldn't have gotten paid so well by the conservatives who like having him around. So it's a kind of $1 million naivete. If he had the politics of Bobby Wright, even if he had the intellects of Glenn Lowry, the politics of Bobby Wright, he would not have been paid. So he was not paid for his intellect. He was paid for his intellect leading him to certain conclusions that couldn't themselves be sustained, by empirical life in Black America, right? So, yeah, like I'm no big Democrat. I'm not a huge Democrat. I'm almost not even a small D Democrat. Like I'm almost wholly independent now. The Democrats, I feel like, are a disgusting party. And they're so bad on so many issues. They've lost, I think, the easy virtue of being right on gay marriage back in the 90s then just made them lazy about everything else. And they are like this made them lazy on everything else. Bad on labor, bad on the border, bad on family, bad. When you're bad on jobs and family and the border, like what use are you as a political party? So on healthcare, kind of half-assed. And not even that great on democracy. Like they're not pushing for internal primaries. The one guy who said, like, we need to actually have more vigorous internal primaries so that hack Democrats don't keep going to the top. David Hogue, they're trying to get him out, right? So the Democratic Party is a disaster. That doesn't mean I'm a Republican either. It's just bad in different ways. So we're talking about Glenn Lowry's useful naivety, lucrative naivety. And was it really naivety? Did he really not know the state of this nation and his role in sustaining the state of this nation and the kinds of questions he was allowed to ask and the kinds of questions he was not allowed to ask? soft ass John McWhorter at least knows that he's only supposed to be so deep and question so deeply, and that his paycheck and his quality of life and probably all of his child support and alimony depends on him not looking too deeply at himself or Black people and coming to the right solutions when he does. Right. So was Glenn Lowry naive all this time and then had a Negro wake up call, as it were, when just now in the Manhattan incident, 76, and probably with a paid off house and all of that. Just now did he realize that they didn't appreciate him for his intellect, but they appreciated him for his specific views and the questions he would choose to ask and not choose to ask, and the questions he wouldn't, and the methods and the avenues of inquiry in which he forswore. Because that's why he was chosen, because he would ask certain questions and avoid other. That's why he was chosen, because he would ask certain questions and avoid other questions. Is this a critique more broadly true about economists? So I'm not the hugest fan of economists in general because they miss issues.
Bingo.
I mean, they presume a method. They presume a method that they're good for what they're good at, but they should not be seen as like an uber science, as like a architectonic science that governs all the other sciences. Economists are good at like certain narrow issues, dealing with the production of goods and services. Now, why those goods and services should be produced, that's not the question the economists will answer, right? So even like economists who agree with me, conservative economists who agree with me about, for example, that no-fault divorce is a disaster, they'll agree with me for all the wrong reasons. They'll agree with me because of like utilitarian reasons, which often can get around by just having well-resourced single parents, whereas I have a more philosophical understanding of the degradation that you've heaped onto kids when you divorce their spouse or their parent just because. I actually think it undermines the conditions of their freedom in a way that I'm working out in a book that'll come out when it comes out. But by the way, if you appreciate what I'm saying and why I'm saying it and how I'm saying it, you should go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep doing it. And I'm just going to read some chat right now. Alan says, McWhorter, he's talking about John McWhorter, expends so much energy trying to reason his way to an incorrect conclusion. It's obvious he's well paid. Yeah, McWhorter, I just feel like it's soft. And I'm not just talking about that, like, light skin lisp in his voice. I'm just talking about he's just like a soft guy, and he's not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize his mimosa. He's one of those Negroes. So whatever. He can live his life. I'll live mine. And the twain don't really have to meet. I would not trust him to stand on business or principle in any meaningful way. I'm sure he's going to hear what I say and then just write me off on principle, because that is one of the privileges of being a quality of bourgeois Negro. You just don't have to. You don't have to actually follow the arguments. You just don't have to. If someone emotionally makes you upset, you don't have to deal with them. And that's also the sign of an unserious intellect. Right? If I only read people who who respected me as a person, my reading list would be very small. So yeah, I don't particularly respect McWhorter. I mean, read some of the stuff like years ago, and he was a fine linguist, I guess. But anything deeper than that, even like philosophy of language, it's so. Economists whose views don't align with the interests of big money. This is Jeb 31415. Economists whose views don't align with the interests of big money are less likely to be funded, I think. That's not even I think that's empirically attested. And that was one of the causes, and also in postmortem, one like is revealed to be such. of the financial crisis, right? Because we thought like all of this financialization, both at the macro and micro level, was understood to be good by big money. And so they would fund economists who would support a quality of securitization that was not particularly great for the global economy. Right? So economists sucking up to money who then fund them to say making these financial products is actually healthy for the economy, turns out crash the economy. So economists have a lot of blood literally on their hands with respect to being a bot science. There's no autonomy of reason or a real, yeah. So it's like the capture of economists economy as a discipline is a problem. And then even triple distilled 200 proof economics is a problem if it's seen as some sort of architectonic explanatory mechanism for the politics of the world, right? For example, I think an AI can be a very good economist. An AI will never be able to think politically, but in terms of doing the job of an economist, it's quite possible that AI will be able to do that. Like even your best economist might be able to be your best economist may be able to be replicated or reproduced by artificial intelligence. Whereas that's not the same for a philosopher. I don't think so. Or a real political thinker. But an economist, I think, because it's a technical degree with certain presuppositions baked in that is supposed to be.
Can you pause it, Stanley?
We have a method that's that formal. It can be applied to everything, but it could also be applied to a computer. It could be applied by a computer to everything. Right? AI could certainly reproduce a captured economy.
Yes, sir. Still there?
Yeah, sorry, I just hit the mute automatically. If it keeps playing, then I know it's not my turn to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me, Stanley?
You're a little bit fuzzy there. So you asked me to stop it? Do you have a comment?
Yeah, pause it. Yeah, and he was saying like the Democrat Party is headed down the wrong path earlier, is what he was saying. And I like this brother right here, and I hope you'll share his link, because I wouldn't mind following him myself, and because, you know, he just speaks the truth.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'll give you the link. My question is, yeah, that happened. You know, his comments about the Democrat he's been making for a couple years now, but that's not the main. That's not the main thrust of this essay.
Right.
What do you have to say about Glenn Lowry, which is the topic?
I'm not even sure I know who that is, Stanley. So maybe I should shut up and listen more.
Well, that's okay. He's reading the chat, so I imagine, you know, the thrust of what he has to say has been said. But yeah, he's never been. I'm surprised he even votes Democrat. He generally he's more or less a progressive. Progressives have actually, like before Trump, like during the campaign last summer, they've rarely talked about Republicans. They pretty much spent the whole summer, the progressives, the Brianna Joy Grays, the Revolutionary Black Network, all those Black progressives, and even black radicals had huge problems with with Kamala in particular, but Democrats in general. So this isn't surprising for him. I dropped the link in the back, and we'll go ahead and
Okay, I
proceed with this
appreciate
video.
that, Stanley.
You're welcome.
Economist. I agree. AI could certainly reproduce a captured economist. Yeah. And the question is, can AI reproduce a not so captured economist? And I think it can ask those questions. I think it can. All right. So because it doesn't actually think and consider the whole. Like at every point in time, it's going to go in with a presupposed method that's been programmed. Economists will. And you can program that method into an AI. And that will then apply that method to everything. So anytime you have a presupposed method that just needs application, AI can do that. All right. So thank you for your time. I'm going to read one or two more. But economists do hold to empirical evidence. Well, yeah, AI can do, this is Carlton Freebie Jr. says, but economists do hold to empirical evidence. Yeah, but empirical evidence doesn't interpret itself.
That's actually an important point. You can read all the data sets you want. You can look at all the stats that you want. The point is numbers mean nothing, or data sets mean nothing without interpretation. And data sets can be, there's actually a couple books on statistics that I'll get around to reading at some point. Two different people can look at the same data set and come to different conclusions about what the data means. And it's something that I say constantly in this space that, that a Be Brave, for instance, can talk about, crime statistics. Crime statistics are there. Crime statistics are empirically, derived, and they exist. What they mean is a different thing. So where, somebody, I don't know, let's just say a John Galt can look at high violent crime rates in the inner city, and he sees a genetic problem with Black people, like Black people need to do this or Black people need to do that. There are all kinds of problems with that interpretation of crime statistics in the inner city. There are some people that'll look at the statistics like myself and go, well, when you have a bunch of people in a small geographical area stacked on top of each other and they are poor, you're going to have high crime. Crime correlates with poverty. Another person will go, who's so inclined, will go and say, well, hey, funny, all these Black areas seem to have high crime. There must be something wrong with the people. And it's just two different interpretations of the same data. So that's an important point. And this is why I'm at odds with a lot of people. I think a lot of people have poor reasoning methodology in the John Galt space. And that's just what I think. Sorry if it hurts some feelings.
So at some point in time, you have to, what's that? How'd that song go? Did you ever have to make up your mind? Something, leave the other behind. Like at some point in time, you have to edit what goes into the data set. So that's a thing. That's the thing. So Giselle says, Funky, where's that video on teaching sex education? What video are you talking about? Be more specific. Be more specific. I've done a lot on teaching it. You're talking about kids. I don't homeschool my kids. We were watching the Script Spelling Bee yesterday a little bit. We don't do a lot of TV watching in this house. So we were watching a little bit of Script Spelling Bee. And would you believe a lot of, Indian kids and some Asian kids. And I was just thinking, Indian kids and Asian kids, they don't homeschool their kids. They just have such good families. Their families are so robust, they can send them to regular school and it'd be fine. It'd be fine. They don't have to homeschool their kids. So homeschooling was never really really the appropriate solution. You just have to.
Another great point. Education starts at home, and if I took it far enough, it ends at home too. School is just there to kind of do the heavy lifting as far as imparting what a kid needs to know to be a functional adult. It's the parents who basically, make their kids receptive to education. When the kids come back home from school, when and if they ask questions, and assuming the parents kind of keep up with what they're learning in school, the parents do the fine tuning of, the raw education or knowledge that's imparted at school. People seem to think that schools are parents or parent substitutes or have something to do with parenting at all. And that couldn't be farther from the truth. This is why you get so many people going to public schools, charter schools, private schools, and they still wind up being substandard when they get to college or trade school or just the military. I don't know how many times I've run into people when I was in the military, 17, 18, 19-year-olds, and you would do a double take. They did what? Off the ship. I remember my second deployment. This kid, he didn't work for me, but he winds up in getting shot like the night before the deployment in some drug deal. And I'm like, what? Why the hell aren't you on the ship? You might miss ship's movements. I know when I deployed, at least my second time, I basically moved to the ship the day before we were going to deploy because I didn't want to run the risk of missing ship's movement, which is a fatality. Doesn't matter whether you're enlisted or officer or what have you, if you miss ship's movement, you are toast. So anyway, we'll finish. You what?
You'd be out if you missed that appointment, right?
I know of one case where a guy missed ship's movement, but it was a special case, and it was because he wasn't officially a part of the command. He was like he was TDY to the ship because he was a nuke, and they wanted to get him some topside time, with ship handling and stuff like that. And his actual captain liked him, so my captain basically fucking shit canned him on a special fit rep, and his captain liked him enough that he tore up the fit rep and wrote him a new one. So that's the only case I've ever known of someone missing ship's movement and surviving it. And he was a smart kid. He was a nuclear engineer basically, but he was really undisciplined, and he was out partying the night before. As a matter of fact, I remember we were pulling away from the pier, and he comes running up the pier like, hey, wait. I'm like, motherfucker, we are already gone. You stand there and wave goodbye. We'll see you when we get back in 2 weeks. And so anyway, let's finish this up.
You have to have a family that can actually not necessarily inoculate, but at least direct their regular school. All right. John B. Sebastian, referenced by Funky Academic. Who's John B. Sebastian? Is that the person who sings have you ever had to make up your mind? I don't know. Yeah, that might be. But I was fascinated that Indian and Asian and East Asian excellence doesn't come from homeschooling necessarily, academic excellence. It comes from just families that know the job. Just families that know the job. Hey, thanks, Mark Corbett Wilson. I'll know now. I know that John B. Sebastian sang that song. Do 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 do. You said you do a video on teaching and what it means. New teacher here, and I'd love your perspective. You mentioned you do a video on cheap feminism. I've done many videos on cheap feminism. You should go back and search why I'm not a feminist. Well, it's the idea that you could divorce feminism from the presumption that women have some sort of secret knowledge that's tied to them being born women that makes them morally superior is actually both a feminist and an anti-feminist argument. It works on it, which is one of the reasons why feminism is actually a complement to what we consider patriarchy, right? Because the feminists will tell you that women have some sort of super moral ability, supernatural moral ability, or natural moral ability, actually. And then the hardcore patriarchs will be like, yes, women are so sensitive and that they can't deal with the hard scrabble of the real world because
cancel the 19th Amendment
moral
types.
and fragile. So it's actually part of the same. You don't have to look too closely to see that it's actually the same. It's a naturalized morality of women. And I don't think I'm one of these guys who doesn't think that women are any better or worse naturally than men. And given that, they need to take on the responsibility and accountability of, their roles in society. I'm one of those guys who thinks that one of the reasons we can't fix public education is that so many of the public education teachers are women, and we can't hold women accountable. So that means we can't hold the entire edifice of education accountable, which I think is a problem. Right. So, one of the reasons why we can't be honest about the degradations of no-fault divorce is that a lot of women want to be divorced. And we can't be honest about, like, you don't get to just kind of do what you want to because you want to. It's actually child abuse. One of the reasons we can't get serious about child abuse is because a lot of abuse comes from women. And the feminists will say, like, well, you can't, mothers have it so bad. Yeah, they also abuse the shit out of their kids. And they're not that great at the job. I think the worst parents in the United States are liberal mothers. Liberals, because they don't understand that you have to actually guide a kid, like, substantively. They don't get to just do what they want. You can't just grow them like weeds.
Liberal women are the most abusive.
Feminists, because they'll say that, like, nobody could tell them because they have to have some sort of natural knowledge on how to raise their kids.
He said that liberal mothers are the worst parents along with liberals. And he said that mothers abuse their kids. A lot of child abuse comes from mothers, which I don't think is too much of a, that's almost a, that's pretty much intuitive, because mothers do the heavy lifting when it comes to raising kids, especially stay-at-home moms. So that's not that controversial a point.
You did say
at least guys will tell. At least.
Okay, he specifically said that women are the chief abusers of kids. He said that liberal mothers are the worst parents. None of parenting in America is fucked up. It just so happens that liberal women, in his opinion, are the worst of the worst. And liberals are worse at parenting than conservatives. That's pretty much what he says. And again, I've been watching this guy for years, so he does sometimes. Okay, mother. Hold on. I'm not done. For the people in the audience and on the panel who want to harp on the liberal and the Democrats specifically, and you like the guy because he's talking about liberals in a negative light, he's got plenty to say about conservatives. He just got done, basically snickering at Glenn Lowry, who was a black conservative, or is a black conservative. He just got done beating up black conservatives. He beats up white people in general. He literally, there's a show or two where he makes the comment, we need better white people in America. And I agree with that too. So he's got plenty for everybody. You're not going to like everything he says.
You could tell a guy that they're doing something wrong with their kids, because, like, there's no presumption that guys know what they're doing with their kids. But while there's a presumption that mothers know what they're doing with their kids, mothers have no idea what they're doing with their kids in this modern world. All right. So thank you for your time. If you appreciate what I'm doing, go to funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, $50 a month. Got to realize that in an academic setting, either like the feminists are going to try to get me fired because they're a punitive bunch, make no mistake, or the hardcore conservatives are going to try to get me fired because I screw up their racket too, because I'm not that, right? So I'm one of these loud guys
I
who's
like him, Stanley. He's a good
liked
guy.
by nobody
Good
except
job.
you. So go to fuck yeah.
Yeah, his racket is basically because I think he still teaches at the University of Georgia. He's a philosophy
Oh, wow.
instructor. I don't think he's got his PhD yet. It's been a long time coming. But anyway, that's enough of him. I had another video lined up to show at the start of the show, but this when I saw the title, I knew where he was going to go, and I talked about it. As a matter of fact, I showed a brief clip of Glenn Lowry talking to Brianna Joy Gray. As a matter of fact, it was like a half-hour clip of him talking to Brianna Joy Gray, and about his dismissal from the Manhattan Institute. And really, the biggest theme that's running through that is he is 76 years old, and for decades he has been, and I think genuinely saying or towing the Hoover Institute, Manhattan Institute conservative line. And the one time, because it's not the first time, he's deviated from the party line, several times.
Uh-huh.
If people want to know about Glenn Lowry, he actually just wrote an autobiography that's gotten good reviews as far as I know. So he I think it came out this year. Pick it up. He's an interesting guy. I've known about Glenn Lowry since the early 90s because he actually almost wound up in some economic post in the Reagan administration. And he basically got bounced because he was out whoring around. And he was into drugs. He was into, women. Married guy, first black tenured economics professor at
Stanley
Harvard.
is,
Okay, hold on. Don't interrupt. First black tenured economics professor at Harvard at 33. That's how brilliant he actually was and is. But he fucked it all up because he was leading a secret life. Now he is he is really good at economics. He's a econometrics guy, so he's really good in math. His undergraduate was in math from Northwestern, so he's not chopped liver. The only thing that saved him is he literally is a unicorn. He is really good at the economics profession. Therefore, he landed softly. He went from Harvard to like Boston University or something, and now he's going to be retiring, if he hasn't already retired, from Brown University. So his brilliance saved him. The normal black guy would have been shit canned. He just kind of lucked out because God gave him some talent, I guess. So that's enough of that. I've got by the way, while I'm thinking about it, everybody please make sure that you hit the like button while you're in here. If you're new to the channel, please make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Also, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000 if you're not in that space right now. Hit the like buttons. Make sure you support the host. It is getting near the weekend. And I will be getting a 6-pack or 2 of Bud Light. So please help me out there. A couple other show notes. Today's Thursday. I may or may not be doing a show tomorrow. Been trying to limit my schedule to, Monday through Thursday mornings. And then I have been doing maybe a pop-up show on Friday or Saturday if there are news items that I didn't cover during the shows. I'm actually going to be out of town starting Saturday. So I'll be doing the show next week from Savannah. And I may do a show, may not do a show. I plan on doing the Monday through Thursday, but that's going to be up in the air. If I don't wind up, next Tuesday morning, you'll know that I was busy doing something else. So a bunch of news stories, and I'm starting late today. I just simply overslept. These long shows, for some reason or another, tire me out because I'm getting up in the middle of the morning. And I guess my 60-year-old body needs its rest. I do have videos if we get to them. I got like a ton of videos to show. So if I do a pop-up show, it's going to be almost all videos. So with that said, I will be going into news stories now. What were you about to say, 12th man?
I was just gonna say, you're doing a great job, Stanley, and
Thank you.
You got a lot of haters out there, but that's
well,
right,
I don't.
man.
Luckily, I don't have to. Luckily, I don't have to live with the haters, so it's okay. And by the way, your audio is muffled. I don't know whether
Glenn Lawrence, black guy.
Okay, your audio is muffled. I don't know whether you need to go out and come back in, whether what could be your Bluetooth is dying. I have the same issue sometimes. So what were you gonna say? I'll try and decipher it. Somewhere between the slurring and the muffled it's a little hard to understand you.
I was just wondering, was Glenn Lawrence a black guy? I don't know. Man.
Yes.
It's a little before my time, I guess.
Oh, he's still alive. And one other note about Glenn Lowry, he is in the same age cohort and came up out of these elite schools back in the early 70s. He's in that Clarence Thomas age range. He's a little bit older than Clarence Thomas, I think, but he's in that contingent of black folks who kind of started off as like black radicals and then shifted conservative. So he is a Thomas Sowell acolyte, along with Clarence Thomas. Both of them know each other. Oddly enough, he came up the same time with what's his name? And they are totally opposites politically. Cornel West. He and Cornel West are friends. There's another guy. They're like several academics / lawyers / economists that are in that age range who basically grew up, in the late 60s, went to college, early 70s, and they all know each other. But they all kind of shook out different politically, but yeah, they all know each other. So he's interesting. Clarence Thomas is interesting. A lot of those guys are interesting, even if I don't agree with their politics. So I think basically Glenn Lowry, for some reason or another, it took him 50 years to figure out that, hey, he literally was a tool of these conservative think tanks. And there have been John McWhorter's another one who was at the Manhattan Institute for a while, and he deviated from the party line. And, he's had a shaky relationship with him. I have no idea why, because McWhorter and Glenn Lowry are friends. I don't know why Glenn wouldn't have learned from McWhorter's experience. But anyway, we don't want to belabor all that.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Yes.
Why do you think there were so many conservative black guys back then? I mean, there
weren't a lot of conservative black guys. There were not a lot of them at all. Clarence Thomas, Glenn Lowry, they were exceptions.
And the rest of them were liberal Democrats or what?
No, And another quick note before I get into this, the news items. People seem to think that there are just Democrats and Republicans, liberals and conservatives. These are not hard positions. Most people are on a spectrum somewhere between conservative and
I
liberal.
am too, Stanley.
And, saying someone is one thing or the other really
I'm a
just kind of
Republican by choice.
really just is
Really.
reductionist. People are much more complicated than just liberal or just conservative. So let us move on to news. This actually kind of shocked me, but I think they are absolutely right. Says here on May 28th, which was yesterday, a federal trade court in New York prevented President Donald Trump from enacting broad import taxes, which I like that they use import taxes versus tariffs, justified under an emergency authority statute. The court ruled that Trump went beyond the powers granted by the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977, dismissed his claim of a national emergency based on trade deficits to justify imposing tariffs. At least 7 lawsuits challenged the tariffs as unilateral actions causing economic disruption, and political opposition argued the policy relied excessively on presidential power, which is by design. Experts said that the ruling unsettles Trump's trade policy and may delay concessions from trade partners during the 90-day tariff pause period he initiated.
Okay.
The court's decision implies limits on executive power for trade actions without congressional approval, signaling legal challenges for similarly imposed tariffs in the future. Okay, and here's the deal, because I'm going to read the right wing version of this. 2 things. Tariffs are a congressional power. Okay. Trade is a congressional power constitutionally. That Trade Act they talk about from 1977, the Emergency Economic Powers Act, International Emergency Economic Powers Act, gives the president authority in the case of an emergency, an actual emergency. Trump declaring an emergency does not mean there is an emergency. Once again, he takes shortcuts. This declaration of an emergency is tantamount to an executive order, which does not have the force of law and is easily challenged in court. However, my predicted outcome is this makes it all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court backs Trump, probably by a 5-4 decision, because the conservatives on the Supreme Court are fans of unitary executive theory. And that theory, it's a novel legal theory, basically makes the executive branch kind of the tip of the spear as far as U.S. government goes. There is nothing in the Constitution that supports a unitary executive theory. As a matter of fact, almost the opposite. The way the Constitution is laid out, Article 1 is the legislature. Article 2 is the executive. I think the framers of the Constitution listed the articles, describing what government responsibilities are. They listed it in order of importance, and no one ever brings that up in the news, outside of people like Akil Amar and people who are constitutional scholars. So there is. And the other problem with that unitary executive is, regardless of what people are thinking right now, 4.5 months into the Trump administration, there will be a Democratic president, and they are literally It's almost like this filibuster. Getting rid of the filibuster will boomerang. I think unitary executive theory can boomerang. Okay. Republicans are not going to remain in power forever, especially if we get 3 more years. If we get 3 more years of what Trump is doing now, people are going to get real tired of it. And I think the popularity polls, I'll call them popularity polls, reflect that fact. By the way, we'll get to Elon Musk here in the not too distant future. Very interesting development with him. If y'all don't already know it. So here we go. These bullet points are from the right-leaning press, right-leaning headlines on this trade tariff issue. It says here the U.S. Court of International Trade unanimously ruled that President Trump's tariffs are invalid due to overreach of authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Judge Indira Talwani ordered the Trump administration to resume processing work permits for migrants, confirming that the termination of protections was likely unlawful. The court's decision is viewed as a significant victory for civil and immigrant rights groups against the Trump administration's immigration policies. Court's ruling blocks all tariffs previously imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, asserting that such power must remain with Congress. So basically, this court just totally reversed a lot of the tariff policy that Trump was unilaterally exerting. It's also going to undo a bunch of what he wants to do with immigration. So this will wind up, this isn't the end of it. It's just kind of the beginning. Don't care about any of that. Do not care about any of that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the court that just overturned a bunch of 4 months worth of work that the Trump administration did. So the next story. Okay, dude, chill.
Come on, Stanley.
I'm serious. Fuck it, dude. No, I will not let you finish. I've got an agenda here, and don't bring up Pam Bondi until there's a story about Pam Bondi, please.
Well, there is.
Okay, you don't seem to understand. Okay, you don't seem to understand that this isn't an open panel. Maybe that, okay, I get it. This is not an open panel.
Well,
okay, literally, this is not open panel time. I let you up because you wanted to come up. This isn't open panel.
Right,
we're doing news stories. So next news story. U.S. this is CNN's version. I don't even know that I wind up. I need to read it, but here's a picture of Trump with his quote reciprocal tariffs chart. Let's see if there's anything new in here. 3-judge panel. That's details of what the tariffs are. Here, let's hear Trump talk about his tariffs. This is a few months ago. Let's see, when was this? This is April 2nd. That's right. It was Liberation Day or whatever he called it.
If you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%. So we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset? They will be because we never charge anybody anything, but now we're going to charge. European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. Uh, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough, great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46% and much higher for certain items like cars, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The prime minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades, and it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China and charged them. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe, but they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it.
Yeah. Now here's the deal. And I think I might have one of the bullet points I read a few minutes ago might have covered this. This is basically going to cool off the need that other countries have to come to the negotiating table. This is basically, the countries that might have already come to the negotiating table. This is a standoff for now. So this is going to get real interesting real fast. And I'm eagerly awaiting Trump's reply. I haven't seen a reply yet. Webster, your comment about the executive. Okay, hold on. Your comment about executive branch bows down to judges. Let me reframe that. The president is not above the law, at least not in theory. So he's not bowing down to judges. He's bowing down to judicial decisions about whether what he's doing is legal or constitutional or not. So I would frame that a different way.
They filed an appeal within minutes.
Okay, 12th man, your audio is trash. I'm having a struggle to even understand you.
I'll try to reset everything and come back.
Okay. Webster says if another country attacked, the judges will tell Trump to stand down. Okay. Yeah. Well, when we get attacked by another country, Webster, you and I will have this conversation. Tariffs are not illegal. Tariffs are the purview of Congress. There is an act that gives the president emergency powers. In an actual emergency, Trump just declared an emergency without there being an actual emergency and then started to act over that declared emergency. So tariffs are not illegal, sir. What Trump is doing is extra constitutional. That's what the court ruled. Congress could go tomorrow and start working on tariffs, impose tariffs. The president could sign it, and then it would be perfectly legal, and the courts couldn't do shit about it. This is what I have been saying for months now. I don't have a problem with Trump's goals in a lot of cases. I have a problem with his methods. The ends do not always justify the means. I think President Trump just got reminded of that with this decision. What constitutes an emergency? Well, let me put it to you this way. That's a great question, Webster. It's kind of like pornography. You know it when you see it. It's an emergency. You'll know it when you experience an emergency. Now that is a very subjective. What's an emergency? I don't think there's an emergency currently. So that's my answer. So we're going to move on from this trade stuff to immunity stuff. Trump has been on a tear with these pardons. And essentially, the theme that I'm getting is pretty much anything that the Biden administration by default was responsible for convicting, like the Biden administration. I've got another pardon story coming up. Biden administration, anything they did as far as, accusing people or convicting people of tax fraud, that sort of thing. The theme is that most of these people were Biden administration convictions, and they were around fraud or tax fraud. So in the spirit of bipartisanship, of race relations, Larry Hoover, former Chicago gang leader, wins commutation from Trump. Now, this guy went to prison in 1970s. It's probably more a humanitarian thing. But the interesting thing is I've heard this name come up. There's a Chicago gang called Gangster Disciples that he apparently was a founder or leader of. So, now Trump is letting out, former gang members or gang members. So, hey, don't ever say he's tough on crime, in my opinion. So let's listen to this story. And while this is playing, I'm going to run and get a cup of coffee.
Larry Hoover, former Chicago gang leader, wins commutation from Trump. This article is by Mitch Smith and Julie Bozeman and read by an automated voice. When an Illinois judge sentenced Larry Hoover to up to 200 years in prison for murder in the 1970s, it was the sort of punishment that seemed destined to end his career as a Chicago gang leader. But in the decades that followed, prosecutors said, Mr. Hoover's power only grew as he directed one of Chicago's most powerful gangs, the Gangster Disciples, from behind prison walls. Young members would pledge allegiance to Mr. Hoover, whom they called their king, and those who broke Gangster Disciple rules, prosecutors said, would face bloody retribution, up to and including murder. His influence continued to grow into the 1990s when he was convicted of more crimes in federal court and shipped off to a supermax prison with a life sentence. On Wednesday, after years of lobbying from Mr. Hoover's supporters, including celebrities, President Trump fully commuted the federal sentence of Mr. Hoover, according to a White House official familiar with the matter. The commutation was not likely to bring Mr. Hoover, who is now 74 and largely a memory in his hometown, back to Chicago's streets. His state prison sentence remains in effect, with a projected parole date of 2062 when Mr. Hoover would be 111. But the president's decision showed his willingness to extend leniency to some prisoners, despite his frequent rhetoric about the danger of violent criminal gangs. Jennifer Bonjean, a lawyer for Mr. Hoover, said that the process to commute Mr. Hoover's sentence had been years in the making. The entertainer Ye, who was formerly known as Kanye West, lobbied Mr. Trump during his first term in office, she said, and others have joined the effort since then. There has been a lot of support from advocates who have been preaching Free Larry Hoover for a long time, Ms. Bonjean said. The process of lobbying Mr. Trump intensified this year after Alice Johnson, who was sentenced to life in prison in a drug conspiracy case and whose sentence was later commuted by Mr. Trump, was appointed a pardon czar in the White House to advise the president on clemency, said Justin Moore, a lawyer for Mr. Hoover. The phone conversations between Mr. Moore and Ms. Johnson became more frequent in the last 4 to 5 weeks, Mr. Moore said, adding that Ms. Johnson had relayed that the president was very keen on releasing Larry. White House officials declined to comment on the record. Mr. Hoover's legal team received word on Monday that the commutation was going to happen. This is an older gentleman who has a lot of health concerns and who has aged out of criminality, Mr. Moore said. The specifics of what would happen to Mr. Hoover were unclear on Wednesday evening. Mr. Hoover remained in the Federal Bureau of Prisons online directory, and 2 representatives for the Illinois Department of Corrections did not immediately respond to questions about the case. Mr. Moore said he was hopeful that Gov. J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, a Democrat who is a frequent critic of Mr. Trump, would decide to commute Mr. Hoover's state sentence. Mr. Pritzker declined through a spokesman to comment. In Chicago, Mr. Hoover built a highly regimented gang that prosecutors said sold drugs, laundered money, and ruled over large geographic territories where non-members would have to pay, quote, street tax in order to sell drugs, according to a 1995 indictment of Mr. Hoover and other gang members. This is, in a very real sense, an outlaw form of government, Ronald Safer, the lead prosecutor, told jurors during Mr. Hoover's federal trial in 1997. The gang also expanded beyond the drug trade, starting businesses, leading voter registration drives, and holding political rallies calling for education reform. They registered voters, which is a wonderful thing, Mr. Safer said during Mr. Hoover's federal trial. The problem is it was funded by drug money and supported by gang muscle. In recent years, as Mr. Hoover has sought release from his federal sentence at the restrictive Supermax prison in Colorado, his supporters have argued that he has been rehabilitated in prison, that he no longer wishes to lead the gangster disciples, and that he still faces a long prison term in Illinois. He spends 23 hours a day in a concrete cell no larger than a parking space, his lawyers wrote in a court filing in 2022. For over 2 decades, he has had virtually no contact with the outside world. He is, quite literally, buried alive. As recently as last fall, prosecutors had taken a dim view of Mr. Hoover's pleas. They claimed in September that Mr. Hoover remains the heralded leader of the GDs, despite the intensive monitoring to which he is subject, and that he was one of the most notorious criminals in Illinois history. And though Mr. Hoover's state prison sentence in Illinois remains in effect, federal prosecutors said, he could be paroled by a state board in the coming years. Mr. Safer, who prosecuted Mr. Hoover in federal court and is now in private practice, said in an interview on Wednesday that he had not foreseen that the sentence would be commuted and was struggling to understand the thinking behind it. Mr. Hoover, he said, was the undisputed leader of perhaps the largest monolithic criminal organization that this country has ever known, which had more than 30,000 members in 28 states and was responsible for the sale of over $100 million worth of drugs a year in Illinois alone. Mr. Safer said that he was hopeful that it would be arranged for Mr. Hoover to serve the rest of his state sentence in federal custody. I believe in mercy, I believe in redemption, and I believe in rehabilitation, Mr. Safer said. But there are some crimes that are so heinous, so reprehensible, that they are not deserving of mercy. Zolan Kana-Youngs contributed reporting.
Very interesting. That comment about Hoover being the head of one of the most monolithic gangs, basically this is organized crime. I guess it was on Orthodox Guy's show either yesterday or the day before, the brain trust that tends to gather on Orthodox's panel. The upshot was they think that America runs better when there's a lot of organized crime. Apparently, people in these gangs, these organized crime rings, can do things that government can't. And I was amazed. I'd never heard anyone say that before. Being pro, I hey, like I said, DiCaprio, the brain trust, and you know that's a novel. That's a novel idea. Maybe it's not. Maybe he didn't. It's not original to him. But I've never heard anyone say that before. By the way, DiCaprio, thank you for supporting the show. I really appreciate it. And make sure you support your host, folks. I did mention that, I actually subscribe to a couple of these newspapers specifically for the show. I also, pay YouTube Premium so we don't have to deal with commercials when I play these videos. So, it helps. You might wind up helping me pay for YouTube Premium, or I do have one more newspaper subscription I plan on getting. These newsletters, like Letters from an American by Heather Cox Richardson, I pay $60 a year for, which isn't that expensive since she comes out daily, pretty much. But yeah, it does add up. So any support you can, any support that you can give the host. Hold on one sec. Any support you can give, and definitely any support you can give to Portia J, because she actually does work. I like news and politics, so it's a labor of love for me. So, what were you saying, 12th man? You were saying something, 12th man? Well, maybe his mic died. So, we'll be moving on. There is, yeah, I can hear you now. Actually, before I move on to this story, let me find the other pardon story here. We might as well just do this story for some. I tend to like to put these news stories in some sort of functional or coherent order, and somehow this one got out of order. This guy, former Representative Michael Grimm, you guys remember a few years ago, he was being investigated for some sort of fraud or something like that when he was a sitting congressman, and he threatened to throw the reporter off the balcony of the Capitol building. They were up on that balcony you often see on news reports. And the reporter kept asking him about these corruption charges. And this guy's like a former special ops guy. He literally, maybe he was a Marine. He literally said, "Hey, if you keep fucking with me, I'm going to toss your ass off this balcony." And I think this happened during the Trump administration. And, the MAGA folks were like, "Hey, he's our guy. We love this guy. We want you to throw him off the balcony." So anyway, you will see that sometimes karma does apply. You'll either get that, because I haven't read the story. You'll either see this in this story, the karma part, or I'll explain it at the end of the story if they don't get to it. But this is former Representative Michael Grimm. He's
Washington,
pardoned.
AP,
He's pardoned.
President Donald Trump has pardoned former U.S. Representative Michael Grimm, a New York Republican who resigned from Congress after a tax fraud conviction. The pardon was disclosed Wednesday by a White House official who requested anonymity before an official announcement. Grimm, a former Marine and FBI agent, pleaded guilty in late 2014 to underreporting wages and revenue at a restaurant he ran in Manhattan. He resigned from Congress the following year and served 8 months in prison. Grimm tried to re-enter politics in 2018 but lost a primary for his old district. While he was in Congress, Grimm made headlines for threatening to throw a reporter off a balcony in the Capitol after the reporter asked about the long-running FBI investigation into his campaign finances. "Let me be clear to you. If you ever do that to me again, I'll throw you off this expletive balcony," he told the reporter during the exchange, which was captured on video. When the reporter pushed back, telling the then congressman that it was a valid question, Grimm responded, No, you're not man enough. You're not man enough. I'll break you in half. Like a boy. After heavy criticism, Grimm said he was wrong for threatening the reporter and that it shouldn't have happened. The former congressman worked at the conservative news outlet Newsmax. Last year, Grimm was paralyzed from the chest down after being thrown from a horse during a polo tournament. In a short video posted on Grimm's Facebook in January, the former congressman said, "Little by little, I'm getting better," and said he was working on getting more dexterity in his fingers and getting his legs to move. In March, a GoFundMe page that was set up for Grimm posted that he had been able to withstand 4 minutes upright assisted on the tilt table, along with a picture of Grimm smiling. Grimm did not return messages seeking comment on Wednesday. _____.
So there's that karma, you know. He didn't get to throw the reporter off the balcony, but the horse got to throw him. And it's funny enough, I'm not a particularly religious person. However, I actually do believe in karma. So maybe I'm an honorary Hindu, but so we go. And by the way, I see 12th man dropped off. His phone may have died. Thank you for supporting the show, 12th man. I appreciate it. Come back if you want. So that is all of the pardon news that I'm aware of. So here we go. This is actually interesting. There is a copper mine in Arizona. Well, a property now. It is considered sacred by the Apache. They want to turn that sacred ground into a copper mine, and some group representing that part of the Apaches sued, made it all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, well, you'll hear what happens.
Gorsuch-Thomas dissent as Supreme Court declines to take up Apache challenge to copper mine. By Rachel Frazen. The Supreme Court on Tuesday declined to take up a challenge to a land swap enabling mining at a sacred indigenous site, garnering pushback from conservative justices Neil Gorsuch and Clarence Thomas. A 2014 law enabled a land transfer between mining company Resolution Copper and the federal government, allowing the miner to take control of a site called Oak Flat in Arizona, which is sacred to the Western Apache. A group called Apache Stronghold, which says it represents Apaches, other Native peoples, and non-Native allies, appealed the case to the Supreme Court, asking it to reverse a Ninth Circuit decision on religious freedom grounds. The High Court declined to take up the case Tuesday without explaining its decision. However, Gorsuch issued a dissent, joined by Thomas. For centuries, Western Apaches have worshipped at Chichilbudagotil, or Oak Flat. They consider the site a sacred and direct corridor to the Creator, Gorsuch wrote. Now the government and a mining conglomerate want to turn Oak Flat into a massive hole in the ground. Before allowing the government to destroy the Apache's sacred site, this court should at least have troubled itself to hear their case, he added. Apache Stronghold said in its petition that Oak Flat is the site of religious ceremonies that cannot take place elsewhere, including ceremonies for boys entering manhood and girls entering womanhood. For the court to take up a case, it needs at least 4 votes in favor of doing so. It's not clear whether any other justices voted with Gorsuch and Thomas. Justice Samuel Alito recused himself. It is hard to imagine a more brazen attack on faith than blasting the birthplace of Apache religion into a gaping crater, said Luke Goodrich, part of Apache Stronghold's legal team and vice president and senior counsel at Beckett. In its own filing, Resolution Copper argued the court should not have taken up the case because the land exchange was authorized by Congress and because Apache Stronghold is a nonprofit with no religious claim of its own and thus no standing to bring the case. The Resolution Copper mine is vital to securing America's energy future, infrastructure needs, and national defense with a domestic supply of copper and other critical minerals. Victoria Pesce, general manager of Resolution Copper, said in a statement. We are encouraged by the significant community support for the project, which has the potential to become one of the largest copper mines in America, add $1 billion a year to Arizona's economy, and create thousands of local jobs in a region where mining has played an important role for more than a century. Resolution Copper is a joint venture between mining companies Rio Tinto and BHP. Zach Schoenfeld contributed. Updated at 1:34 in the afternoon, Eastern Daytime.
Yeah, I found this relatively interesting because this group had no standing. And I kind of understand why. And I also understand why Gorsuch would, well, both Gorsuch and Thomas. Thomas is a religious freedom absolutist, apparently. Gorsuch, surprisingly, is very into Indian affairs issues, which is actually kind of refreshing. He is an advocate, so he would have heard the case. So would Thomas if the rest of the court here you have to have like 4 votes out of 9 to actually hear a case, and apparently no one agreed with Justices Gorsuch and Thomas. So this is like a story I'm adding because I thought I had a story up here. Pretty much Elon Musk is resigned he is basically gone from the government as a special employee or whatever it was he was. Whatever it was he was. This story, conservative furor grows over future of Doge cuts. And first off, this is a longish video, but the video says President Trump pushes back on Elon Musk's criticism of the big, beautiful bill. So, it's billionaire versus billionaire, apparently. I'm going to play a little bit of this video, then we'll listen to the article. I have no idea this is Trump talking. We definitely want to see that.
Being disrespectful when they say that your criticisms of Putin are simply an emotional response. And do you still believe that Putin actually wants to end the war?
I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, we're going to find out very soon. We're going to find out whether or not he's tapping us along or not. And if he is, we'll respond a little bit differently, but it'll take about a week and a half, 2 weeks. We have Mr. Witkoff is here, who's doing a phenomenal job, is dealing with them very strongly right now. They seem to want to do something, but until the document is signed, I can't tell you. Nobody can. I can say this. That I'm very disappointed at what happened a couple of nights now, where people were killed in the middle of what you would call a negotiation. I'm very disappointed by that. Very, very disappointed. Yeah, please.
You've called for an end to the Gaza war. Given the growing humanitarian crisis and the decision of Prime Minister Netanyahu to extend the military operation, do you have any frustration with his handling of the situation?
She's got a little figure on her.
With the whole situation.
Hey, look at Janine Pirro in the background. Look at her looking all official.
In Gaza, we're getting food to the people of Gaza. It's been a very nasty situation, very nasty fight. October 7th was a very nasty day, the worst that I think I've ever seen. It was a horrible day, and people aren't going to forget that either. So we'll see how that all works out. And Steve, would you want to say a couple of words about Gaza, because you just have some information? Steve Witkoff, do you want to come up for a second? You might give them a little bit of information as to what's happening with Gaza and also Israel. We're having some very good talks with Iran. We'll find out whether that means anything, but we're having good talks.
I think that we are on the precipice of sending out a new term sheet that hopefully will be delivered later on today. The president is going to review it, and I have some very good feelings about getting to a long-term resolution, temporary ceasefire, and a long-term resolution, a peaceful resolution of that conflict.
Mr. President, you said yesterday that Putin is playing with fire. What will be the consequences for Russia if Russia continues to
Well, I'm not
attack?
going to tell you exactly, but the words speak pretty loud. We're not happy about that situation. I think we're doing very well with Iran. I think we're doing very well with Gaza, but we are doing very well with Iran, and I think we're going to see something very sensible, because there are only two outcomes. You know what the two outcomes is: a smart outcome, and there's a violent outcome. And I don't think anybody wants to see the second. But I think we've made a lot of progress, and we'll see. You know, they still have to agree to the final stages of a document. But I think you could be very well surprised what happens there, and it'd be a great thing for them. They could have a great country into the future. Yeah.
Mr. President, Elon Musk in a television interview criticized the one beautiful bill, saying he was disappointed it didn't cut enough, essentially, that it undercut the Doge efforts. What's your reaction to that?
Well, the reaction's a lot of things. Number one, we have to get a lot of votes. We can't be cutting. We need to get a lot of support, and we have a lot of support. We had to get it through the House. The House was. We have no Democrats. You know, if it's up to the Democrats, they'll take the 65% increase. You know, if that doesn't get approved, this country is going to have a 65% increase in taxes and lots of other problems, big problems, almost bigger than that. But we'll have a 65% increase as opposed to the largest tax cut in the history of our country. We will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill. But the beautiful is because of all of the things we have. The biggest thing being, I would say, the level of tax cutting that we're going to be doing. We're going to make people really be able to. We'll have the lowest tax rate we've ever had in the history of our country, and tremendous amounts of benefit are going to the middle income people of our country, low and middle income people of our country. So we're going to see what happens, because the Senate, as you know, is negotiating with us, and they have to then go back to the House, and it's got a way to go. But I have to say, Speaker Johnson and Thune have done an incredible job. John Thune has done a fantastic job, and they're working together with me and others. And I think we have an amazing, if we pull this off, remember, we have 0 Democrat votes because they're bad people. There's something wrong with them. They'll let people pour into our country. Single biggest problem is we had 21 million people pour into our country, probably higher than.
I want to make one point here. DiCaprio just kind of made the point for me. The people would let Donald Trump shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and he would still get elected. What his base won't do is have them fuck with their wallets. Okay, so you can kill somebody, but you better not fuck with their wallets. I find that hilarious. As a matter of fact, Doge cuts affected 47's base. That might be a fucking show title.
Than that. And the people that weren't supposed to be here. And many of those people are bad. Murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They were closing mental institutions all over the world, not South America, all over the world. They're coming into our country, and we're getting them out. And we're having a hard time because some judges aren't making it very easy for us. And it's tough enough. They approved that. They allowed that to happen to our country. We don't have one Democrat vote. And if I were a Democrat, I'd be voting for this bill, and I'd get elected to any position I want as a Democrat. They're crazy. They're voting for a 65% tax increase, and they're only doing it for hatred. They're not doing it for any reason. They know it's terrible. Terrible politics, in my opinion. But so we have no Democrat votes. That means we have to get almost all Republican votes. And I think we're very close to doing that. I think it'll be very successful. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher.
I forgot about that.
I kick out? Oh, isn't that nice? Chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number? And I said you
He
have to
doesn't
open
even
up your whole
remember the
country,
number.
and because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now. And I
All
said, okay, I'll give
none of
you
that
till
actually.
July.
The
I
meetings.
actually asked
Yeah,
them, I
yeah.
said, what's the
England was
date?
the only
Because they
one.
weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. And
Let me. Webster Papadopoulos is on fire this morning. What is up? What was in your Cheerios this morning, there, Webster? Look, I don't dream of any dictatorship, communist or MAGA. Um, it's hard for me to pick which would be worse, a MAGA dictatorship or a communist dictatorship. The operative word for me is dictatorship. I don't like extremes. If I were forced to choose, it would be basically what we have now, a republic. And but I appreciate the joke, but no, I'm not even that far left, sir. And look at your boy being all calm and shit when he's called a taco. I like the calm demeanor. Somebody must have given him a Percodan or something before this conference.
we have an end date of July 9th. You call that chickening out? Because we have $14 trillion now invested, committed to investing when Biden didn't have practically anything. This country was dying. You know, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I went to Saudi Arabia. The king told me, he said, you got the hottest we have the hottest country in the world right now. 6 months ago, this country was stone cold dead. We had a dead country. We had a country people didn't think it was going to survive. And you ask a nasty question like that. It's called negotiation. You set a number. And if you go down, if I set a number at a ridiculous high number and I go down a little bit, they want me to hold that number, 145% tariff. Even I said, man, that really got up. You know how it got? Because of fentanyl and many other things. And you added it up. I said, where are we now? We're at 145%. I said, whoa, that's high. That's high. They were doing no business whatsoever. And they were having a lot of problems. We were very nice to China. I don't know if they're going to be nice to us, but we were very nice to China. And in many ways, I think we really helped China tremendously because, they were having great difficulty because we were basically going cold turkey with China. We were doing no business because of the tariff, because it was so high. But I knew that. But don't ever say what you said. That's a nasty question. Go ahead. To me, that's the nastiest question. Wait a minute. Wait. Go ahead, please.
President Zelensky says he's ready to sit down with you and Vladimir Putin in Geneva. And it sounds like General Kellogg is working on preparations for that.
I'm going to stop this right here because I do want to move on. If anybody wants the link for the rest of this press conference, I'm happy to drop it. I do like one thing. I like that Trump is doing these press conferences. Not only does it give me fodder for the show to mock, however, jokes aside, I like that he does these in person. So that's one good thing that he's doing. So let us move on. This is another good thing that I actually, maybe this used to happen all along, but I've only noticed it. I like that Rubio and the Department of State are basically dropping these little memoranda from the state.gov website. Basically, he's announcing a visa restriction policy targeting foreign nationals who censor Americans, which is rather interesting. And I'm going to read it. Let me enlarge it because my old man eyes. This announcement, restriction policy, visa restriction policy, free speech is among the most cherished rights we enjoy as Americans. This right, legally enshrined in our Constitution, has set us apart as a beacon of freedom around the world. Even as we take action to reject censorship at home, we see troubling instances of foreign governments and foreign officials picking up the slack. In some instances, foreign officials have taken flagrant censorship actions against U.S. tech companies and U.S. citizens and residents when they have no authority to do so. Today, I'm announcing a new visa restriction policy that will apply to foreign nationals who are responsible for censorship of protected expression in the United States. It is unacceptable for foreign officials to issue or threaten arrest warrants on U.S. citizens or U.S. residents for social media posts on American platforms while physically present on U.S. soil. It is similarly unacceptable for foreign officials to demand that American tech firms adopt global content moderation policies or engage in censorship activity that reaches beyond their authority and into the United States. We will not tolerate encroachments upon American sovereignty, especially when such encroachments undermine the exercise of our fundamental right to free speech. The visa restriction policy is pursuant to Section 212A3C of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which authorizes the Secretary of State to render inadmissible any alien whose entry into the United States, in quotes, would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States, unquote. Certain family members may also be covered by these restrictions. So that's a very interesting directive. I don't know why it was issued. I'm sure there must be a specific case he's talking about, but good for Marco Rubio. I don't have a problem with this policy at all. Good for the Trump administration. Let us move on. And if anybody needs the link to this, and by the way, let me remind everybody, a lot of the links that I use throughout the show are in the show notes. Not all of them are because, I add stuff sometimes, but if anybody needs a link dropped into the chat for them to do their own research or follow up on, just let me know. Interesting, J-Dub. It's like the second or third time you brought up Khashoggi. Here's the story I was looking for. Elon Musk, and this story is brought to you by Webster Papadopoulos for your enjoyment. This is MSN via Washington Post via the MSN website news aggregator. Elon Musk leaves Trump administration after contentious tenure. Let us listen to this closely.
Elon Musk, a key advisor to President Donald Trump who oversaw the U.S. DOJ service, said Wednesday that he is leaving the administration after leading a contentious effort to reshape the federal bureaucracy and slash government spending. Musk wrote on his social media platform, X, that his scheduled time as a special government employee had come to an end. That designation, which exempts him from financial disclosure and conflict of interest rules that apply to full-time government workers, also means he is not permitted to work more than 130 days in a 365-day period. In the post, Musk thanked Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending and said DOJ's mission will only strengthen over time. A White House official, speaking on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly, confirmed Musk's departure and said his offboarding will begin Wednesday night. A day earlier, in a major break with the president and Republicans, Musk said he did not approve of Trump's spending bill, officially known as the One Big Beautiful Bill, with its massive tax cuts. I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decreases it, and undermines the work that the DOJ team is doing, Musk said in an interview with CBS News. Trump, who in February sat alongside Musk for a Fox News interview that saw the two men praise each other effusively, has yet to comment on Musk's departure. Though the president has posted unrelated memes and video on social media since Musk's announcement. For weeks, Musk has signaled that he plans to wind down his government work and refocus on his companies. Privately, he has grown frustrated with the challenges of achieving results within the federal government, along with the backlash he has faced, both personally and toward Tesla, his electric vehicle company, the Washington Post has reported. Tesla suffered a 71% dip in profits and a double-digit slide in sales during the first quarter of the year compared with the same period last year. Experts and analysts have largely attributed the company's woes to Musk's controversial role within the Trump administration, as he oversaw sweeping layoffs and budget cuts in the federal government. In an interview with the Post this week, Musk lamented the criticism aimed at Doge and the reputational hit his companies took during his time at the agency. He also said his efforts to cut the size of the federal government proved far tougher than he had expected. The federal bureaucracy situation is much worse than I realized, he said. I thought there were problems, but it sure is an uphill battle trying to improve things in DC, to say the least. In February, a Washington Post analysis found that Doge, which stands for the Department of Government Efficiency, had significantly overstated its claim of $55 billion in federal savings. That figure included more than 1,100 contracts that the agency said it had canceled, but many of those were already completed and fully paid. Doge modified the data after its release that month and cut its originally listed savings by $9.3 billion. Doge has caused chaos in the federal bureaucracy, as its push to eliminate jobs and programs not ideologically aligned with Trump administration goals has resulted in entire departments and agencies effectively being wiped out and mass firings that have traumatized government workers. Federal unions and public interest groups have alleged in a lawsuit that Doge is violating rules on transparency, disclosure, and hiring. Separately, 14 states have sued, claiming Musk was improperly appointed. Representative Greg Casar, Democrat Texas, who has called for Musk to be fired, said in a statement that his departure was a win for working people. We will have to keep up the pressure, scrutiny, and eventually formal oversight until we finally take back our government from Musk and the entire billionaire class, he said. Senator Ted Cruz, Republican Texas, defended the billionaire's work with the government in an interview Wednesday with Fox News, noting that it had come at a personal cost, including death threats. The American people ought to be saying to Elon, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," Cruz said. As Musk winds down his formal role with the Trump administration, it is unclear how the world's richest man will continue to engage with Washington. Musk has numerous business ties to the federal government, including major contracts for Starlink and SpaceX. Meanwhile, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has ongoing investigations into Tesla and crashes involving its assisted driving technology. Tesla plans to launch a fully self-driving car in Austin next month, which Musk has said is critical for the future of the company. SpaceX, meanwhile, experienced another setback this week after it held another test flight of Starship, a rocket that Musk hopes will one day take humans to Mars. The initial launch was successful, but the spacecraft eventually lost control and exploded in the air. As his companies hit critical junctures, Musk said in an interview with Ars Technica that he probably did spend a bit too much time on politics over the past year. A notable remark from a man who was the largest donor of the 2024 presidential cycle and poured at least $288 million into helping elect Trump and other candidates. Musk was widely expected to take on a similar role during the midterm elections and in 2028. That prospect is now unclear, though he did leave the door slightly open. If I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it, Musk said at the Qatar Economic Forum last week. I don't currently see a reason.
Yeah, I'm going to pause it right there and play this video. The video is titled "Republicans Who Slammed Unelected Bureaucrats applaud Musk. And then I want to talk a minute about Khashoggi, since it's come up in the chat. Oops. Where is the volume? Hold on one sec. Oh, there it is. Sorry about that.
What we're trying to do is ensure that you can't have unelected bureaucrats making decisions that have massive economic impacts and have major impacts on the lives of the American people.
I love what they're doing. I love what they're doing with USAID. I love what they're talking about doing with the Department of Education.
An unelected official in this government who clearly has open disdain, if not outright hatred, for Trump voters.
This is why we need top to bottom review. I love the reforms that the President's instituted.
The only way to give our friends in state and local government security is for us to pass a law, not for the bureaucracy to tell us what we did. We know what we did.
Oh, it's an insurrection, and Elon Musk doesn't have the authority. Well, sure he has the authority. The president gave it to him.
If you have nameless, faceless bureaucrats who are effectively making law, they are by definition unaccountable.
We don't see this as a threat to Article 1 at all. We see this as an active, engaged, committed executive branch authority.
Constitutionally questionable board of unelected bureaucrats empowered to make changes without feedback from Congress.
I have very few qualms with him advising, whispering in the ear, perhaps, of the president.
Unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats in the executive branch run the country.
Does Musk have too much influence?
No, I don't think so. I think this is exactly what the American people voted for.
Well, that video pretty much says it all, at least for me. Khashoggi. I actually thought he was a U.S. citizen. I know he worked for the Wall Street Journal. And I can tell you right now, he probably thought that, working for the Wall Street Journal, being associated with the United States was going to offer him some cover. There is no way I would have walked into that Saudi embassy. He was a brave man, is all I have to say. So, and my second point is that I think that we as a country, we as a government need to do better about affecting U.S. citizens. And, the point that Khashoggi had 4 kids who were U.S. citizens, citizens must be protected. Okay, if that means we don't deport a guy because his wife and kids, his family need him, we must not negatively impact the lives of American citizens unnecessarily, especially if they're kids. We should not be depriving kids of their father. Bad, good, indifferent. Let the courts handle it, not the executive branch. So that's where illegals don't have to go if it affects their U.S. citizen kids. You and I will just fundamentally disagree, and we need not even go back and forth. I think you're dead wrong, Mr. Papadopoulos. By the way, I used to have a landlord whose last name was Papadopoulos back when I was in the Navy. So you bring back some memories there. Are you his son, Webster? Maybe? Let's see. That Maryland man was an illegal alien. No, he had a legal status, sir. Whether he got into the country illegally is one thing, but he had a legal status. You need to brush up on your news. Don't believe everything you hear on Hood Servatives channel. You come to Stanley versus the World for actual news, not made up shit. So, next video, Trump administration to crack down on Chinese visas, Rubio says. So this is definitely interesting. So let's see why.
You're listening to Trump administration to crack down on Chinese visas, Rubio says. A news story written by David Nakamura and Katrina Northrup and read by an AI-generated voice. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Wednesday announced plans to crack down on Chinese holders of student visas and ramp up scrutiny of new visa applicants from China and Hong Kong, escalating the Trump administration's confrontational approach to Beijing. In a statement, Rubio said the State Department would work with the Department of Homeland Security to aggressively revoke visas of Chinese students in the United States, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. He did not specify which areas of study would be targeted. Of the 277,398 Chinese students at U.S. universities last year, more than 110,000 were pursuing math, engineering, science, and technology courses, or define what connections meant. About 100 million people belong to the Chinese Communist Party, with membership often used as a fast track to higher social and economic status rather than an act of ideological commitment. Rubio also did not provide details about what additional measures the department would take to scrutinize new visa applicants, and whether this applied to student visas only or all categories of visas. The State Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. But Bill Bishop, author of the influential Cynicism newsletter, said that he doubted the Trump administration would narrowly define connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. So this move will likely have massive repercussions and unintended consequences, some of which may benefit China and harm the U.S., not to mention the personal cost for those students already studying at U.S. schools who will now be kicked out of the country, Bishop wrote in his Wednesday night newsletter. Rubio's announcement comes as the Trump administration has sought to penalize U.S. colleges and universities accused of violating the president's executive orders on anti-Semitism and diversity by threatening to curtail the number of international students. The State Department previously moved to strip visas from some foreign students, whom the administration has accused of leading pro-Palestinian demonstrations on college campuses. Last week, the administration revoked Harvard University's ability to enroll foreign students and said thousands of enrolled students must transfer or leave the country, a move that has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. The largest proportion of foreign students at Harvard, almost 1,300, are Chinese. Trump told reporters Wednesday that there should be a 15% cap on the number of foreign students that Harvard or other universities can admit relative to their overall enrollment. During Trump's first term, the Justice Department prosecuted scientific researchers and professors of Chinese descent at American universities under a program called the China Initiative, accusing them of taking money from the Chinese government in exchange for providing sensitive research materials, a charge some of them denied. The Biden administration continued to target academic researchers before ending the China Initiative in 2022, amid criticism that it was racially targeting Chinese Americans and others of Chinese descent. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Mao Ning on Thursday called the visa crackdown unreasonable, saying that the move exposed the lie of so-called freedom and openness that the U.S. has always advertised and will only further damage the U.S.'s own international image. Washington's latest move was already generating alarm in China on Thursday. Kathy Tu, a Chinese AI researcher who runs an education consultancy in Beijing, said that many students she works with are now applying to universities in other countries, including England and Singapore, due to the uncertainty. I studied in the U.S. because I loved what America is about. It's open, inclusive, and diverse. Now my students and I feel slapped in the face by Trump's policy, she said. I'm hoping American democracy retains its ability to self-correct and welcomes international students back, Tu said. Aaron Schaefer, Palin Wu, and Lyric Lee contributed to this report.
That's an interesting comment. I think most people, if they had to actually vote on it, it would be interesting. I'm not sure that, a Democratic vote would support her assertion. China's not that popular in the U.S. This comment here, the auto pen can't give people citizenship. Who said that an auto pen could do that? Is that some novel legal theory? George Papadopoulos. No. No, that wasn't my landlord's name. Last name, yes. First name, no, it wasn't George. So let's move on from here. I want to make one note about the auto pen. The auto pen was invented, or a version of the auto pen. He called it something else. Can't think of the name. Thomas Jefferson at least invented the concept. His version was like a mechanical device, but yeah, that auto pen concept has been around for for a couple hundred years, 100, 200 years or so. What Biden was senile? What are you talking about? Biden gave who citizenship? Webster, man, what on earth? I was thinking maybe they put extra vitamin B12 or something in your Cheerios. Now I'm thinking they put a hallucinogen. Did they put like a Percocet or something in your Cheerio milk? Can't really tell. You are on fire, but it's an uncontrolled fire this morning. So this comes under the, hey, if your citizenship status is not uh is not like natural born citizen, you better not fuck with Trump. That's all I have to say. And let's read this story. This fool thought he could fuck with Trump.
You're listening to He Begged Trump Not to Deport Him in a Viral Song. ICE Detained Him. A news story written by Maria Luisa Paul and read by an AI-generated voice. In the music video, a Venezuelan man is pinned to the ground under mock arrest by immigration officers. In Spanish, one of the singers pleads, "Donald Trump, don't deport me. I just want a chance to stay." The song Donaldtron, a riff on how the president's name is pronounced in Spanish, became a viral hit amid the administration's sweeping immigration crackdown, drawing millions of listeners on TikTok and streaming platforms. About 2 months after the song's release, one of the Venezuelan artists behind the track says that he lived a scene similar to the one depicted in the video. Claudio David Balcane Gonzalez, known as Davidcito 59, says immigration agents shoved him to the ground outside a friend's apartment in Chicago and took him into custody. The 26-year-old is accused of having ties to a Venezuela-based gang, which he denies. He could now face deportation. Balcane, now held in Dodge Detention Facility in Wisconsin, hopes to make the same case in immigration court that he made in the song, that he deserves a shot at the American dream. "I've never been involved in anything bad," said Balcane, who arrived in the United States legally in 2024 and filed an asylum claim this year, court records show. "Since I was a kid, everything I've done has been cultural, skateboarding, graffiti, until I found music. And once I did, I was completely hooked. I tried telling them I was a singer." A senior DHS official said in a statement to the Washington Post that Balcane was detained because he is an illegal alien and public safety threat with ties to Tren de Aragua, a reason the Department of Homeland Security has increasingly cited while detaining and deporting Venezuelans. A search by the Post did not find any federal, state, or local criminal charges filed against Balcane, as Balcane's detention raises fears among his fans and a growing movement of Venezuelan artists about whether he was targeted because of his music. The official said that any assertions that Claudio David Balcane Gonzalez was targeted because of a TikTok video, a song, or any attempted clickbait are false. Balcane has his doubts. On April 8th, he was in the back seat of a car, minutes after posting on Instagram that he was heading to the studio to record music. He had been staying at a friend's apartment in Chicago, an address, he says, that wasn't listed on any of his immigration or personal documents. But as the car began to pull away around noon, a black van swerved in front of them, cutting them off.
Oh boy, there's gonna be a Christmas song. You better be good. You better not shout. Donald Trump will get you out. Yeah, y'all better not fuck with Trump if you are not like a 100% U.S. citizen. That is for damn sure. And to be honest, those of us who are 100% U.S. citizen better not fuck with Trump. So there you go. Webster Papadopoulos, once again, and at some point in this broadcast, I want to talk about how the problems we have with teaching kids United States history. Mr. Papadopoulos says, Stanley, previous presidents that had the auto pen weren't suffering from Alzheimer's and incoherent. All I have to say is Ronald Reagan. If you had a history education that was worth a shit, you would not be writing stuff like this. That is ahistorical. Thank you, Mr. Papadopoulos. So, what else do we have here news-wise? Judge says government should release Russian scientist. I think this is the one who brought in frogs' eggs or something. And she either didn't think she had to declare them or forgot to declare them or something. And I guess this was discovered during a random search. She kind of looks like the Mona Lisa, which is kind of interesting. So let's hear about this Russian scientist. And from what I hear, I think she's still detained. They're not going to listen to this judge.
Judge says government should release Russian scientist. This article is by Ellen Berry and read by an automated voice. A federal judge on Wednesday said she would grant bail to Ksenia Petrova, a Russian scientist employed by Harvard University, in an immigration case stemming from Ms. Petrova's failure to declare scientific samples she was carrying into the country. There does not seem to be either a factual or legal basis for the immigration officer's actions in stripping Ms. Petrova of her visa on February 16th, Christina Rice, chief judge of the U.S. District Court in Vermont, said in a court hearing. The judge said the available evidence suggested that the samples Ms. Petrova carried into the country were wholly non-hazardous, non-toxic, non-living, and posed a threat to no one. She also said that Ms. Petrova's life and well-being are in peril if she is deported to Russia, as the government has said it intends to do. Unlike other high-profile deportation cases involving academics, Ms. Petrova's began with a customs violation. Returning to Boston from a vacation in France, she agreed to carry back samples of frog embryos from an affiliate laboratory at the request of her supervisor at Harvard Medical School. When the samples were discovered during an inspection of Ms. Petrova's baggage at Logan Airport, the customs official canceled her visa on the spot and started deportation proceedings. She was transferred to an Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention center in Louisiana, where she remained for more than 3 months. This is kind of a circular process because it was the government that revoked her visa, Judge Reese said on Wednesday. And it's essentially saying, we revoked your visa, now you have no documentation, and now we're going to place you in removal proceedings. She concluded that what happened in this case was extraordinary and novel, and that if she did not take action in the case, there will be no determination that Ms. Petrova's constitutional rights had been violated. Bail is necessary to make the habeas remedy effective in this case, she said. However, it is unclear when the government will allow Ms. Petrova's release on bail, or whether it will pursue its plan to deport her to Russia. The case has attracted high-level attention from officials in the Trump administration, who took an unusual step earlier this month, after Judge Rice indicated she planned to release Ms. Petrova. Hours after that hearing, the Department of Justice unsealed felony smuggling charges against Ms. Petrova based on her failure to declare the scientific samples, and Ms. Petrova was arrested and transferred to the custody of the U.S. Marshals Service in Louisiana, where she remains. Ms. Petrova's next opportunity for release will come after she is transferred to Massachusetts to face the smuggling charges. But the government also issued a detainer on immigration charges, raising the possibility that if a judge grants her bail in the criminal case, the government could ask ICE to detain her once again. Judge Rice asked Jeffrey M. Hartman, the attorney representing the Department of Justice at the bail hearing, whether that would happen. He said he did not think so, citing the recent releases of Mohsen Mahdawi, a student organizer at Columbia University, and Rumeysa Ozturk, a doctoral student at Tufts University. My understanding of the Ozturk and Mahdawi cases is that the government has not redetained those non-citizens, and I would expect the government to adhere to the same course of action, Mr. Hartman said. Ms. Petrova, 31, the graduate of an elite Russian physics and technology institute, was recruited in 2023 to work at a laboratory at Harvard Medical School, studying the earliest stages of cell development. The Kirshner lab, where she worked, is exploring ways to repair damage to cells that lead to diseases like cancer. Ms. Petrova has admitted that she failed to declare the samples. Her lawyer has argued that this would ordinarily be treated as a minor infraction, punishable with a fine. When Ms. Petrova told the customs officer that she had fled Russia for political reasons and faced arrest if she returned there, she was transferred to ICE custody to wait for an asylum hearing, a process that can take months or years. A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security said on Wednesday that Ms. Petrova was lawfully detained after lying to federal officers about carrying substances into the country. Messages found on her phone revealed she planned to smuggle the materials through customs without declaring them, the spokesperson said. She knowingly broke the law and took deliberate steps to evade it. Announcing the criminal charges, Leah B. Foley, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, said Ms. Petrova's academic credentials and Harvard affiliation did not shelter her from the law. The rule of law does not have a carve-out for educated individuals with pedigree, she said. Among the witnesses at Wednesday's bail hearing was Michael West, a molecular biologist who said the samples Ms. Petrova carried back from France were fertilized frog eggs that had been fixed in formaldehyde, rendering them non-hazardous in nature and non-toxic, non-living. He compared them to shoe leather or paper, substances that once had a biological origin, but had been transformed into protein and nucleic acids that could be used for scientific study. He added that they had no apparent commercial value. I read the news reports, and I felt that there must be some kind of misunderstanding, he said. It went against everything I understand about developmental biology. In Wednesday's hearing, Mr. Hartman, the government lawyer, argued that Ms. Petrova's case was no longer under Judge Rice's jurisdiction, and that it should be heard by an immigration court in Louisiana. Judge Rice said, however, that the immigration court would not consider violations of Ms. Petrova's constitutional rights, or whether the customs officer had acted improperly in stripping her of her visa. If this court doesn't decide it, nobody will be deciding those issues, she said. She said the evidence suggested the officer had, in fact, acted improperly, and that it was important to establish that. The circumstances of this case are capable of repetition, not only in Ms. Petrova's case, but in other cases as well, she said.
All right. Well, Webster Papadopoulos. All these MAGA extremists have a very weird relationship with the concept of definitely. You guys will declare evidence without evidence. You will declare definitely while not knowing. Just like if you think it is fact. And I enjoy the exchange with people who are so sure of their questionable logic. So hats off to you. Hats off to you, Webster. China would definitely enslave me. Well, I have no plans to go to China, so I'm not going to worry about it. While I'm thinking about it, please, if you are new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, which is where I do a lot of video essays occasionally. I dropped a new one this week. Hopefully it's interesting enough that people want to check it out. It is at Stanley Cross 6000. Please make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, which is kind of like the mothership for most of us. Make sure you support the host. Again, thank you to 12th Man and DiCapriono for sponsoring the show. It is much appreciated and kind of makes me want to work harder, to be honest. Someone paid me the compliment. I can't remember who it was now, saying that, you know what, they actually do come to Stanley versus the World for, kind of news. So it's an interest of mine, current events, news, politics, that sort of thing. So it's nice to know that, my efforts aren't totally wasted. And actually, I should share with you a little exchange in the chat that I had on John Galt's show last night with Nas. And when next time Nas is in the chat, I'll definitely divulge that little exchange if he doesn't. So let's go back to this one. Justice Department investigates California over trans athlete policies. Yeah, we definitely want to listen to this. Trump has taken a very definite interest in California of late.
Justice Department investigates California over trans athlete policies. This article is by Soumya Karlamangla and read by an automated voice. The U.S. Department of Justice announced Wednesday that it was ramping up an investigation into California high school sports after a transgender girl qualified for 3 events at the upcoming state track and field championships. The department said that a state law allowing transgender athletes to compete in girls' sports could violate Title IX.
Now, I'm kind of interested to know if she hadn't qualified, would they still have investigated? I guess we'll never know that.
Federal law that prohibits sex discrimination at educational institutions. The move by the Justice Department was the latest example of the Trump administration using federal powers to pressure Democratic-led states on matters normally decided at the local level. President Trump has challenged several states for defying his executive order to ban trans women from women's sports. His administration has sued Maine because of it, threatening to hold back some federal funds from the state, and Attorney General Pam Bondi has suggested that Minnesota and California could expect similar lawsuits if they do not comply. Last month, Minnesota filed a preemptive lawsuit against Mr. Trump because of his trans athlete ban. The Justice Department announcement on California came one day after Mr. Trump threatened to strip large-scale federal funding from the state if it did not bar transgender athletes from participating in women's sports. In particular, he said he wanted, quote, local authorities to block the transgender girl from participating in the track and field meet that begins Friday in Clovis, Calif, just outside of Fresno. The Justice Department said Wednesday it had sent legal notices to the state attorney general, state superintendent of public instruction, and the California Interscholastic Federation, a non-governmental body that has regulated high school sports competition in the state for decades. The department said it was joining an ongoing U.S. Department of Education investigation into CIF and had directed the U.S. Attorney's Office in Southern California to review the state's policies. In the legal notices, Harmeet K. Dillon, Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, called it alarming news that the track and field athlete was allowed to compete for girls' state titles this week in the long jump, triple jump, and high jump. Title IX exists to protect women and girls in education, Ms. Dillon said in a statement. It is perverse to allow males to compete against girls, invade their private spaces, and take their trophies. A coalition of 3 organizations that support transgender rights, Equality California, Trans Family Support Services, and Our Schools USA, rebuked the Trump administration on Tuesday over the president's threat to withhold funding. For more than a decade, organizations like CIF have upheld inclusive, evidence-based policies that ensure fairness for all athletes, regardless of their gender identity, the coalition said in a statement. Undermining that now for political gain is a transparent attempt to scapegoat a child and distract from real national challenges Americans are facing. CIF announced on Tuesday that it was allowing additional female athletes into the state meet under a pilot program. The sport's governing body on Wednesday announced that it was making additional changes to the competition by allowing an additional athlete to advance from the preliminary round to the finals in the girls' high jump, triple jump, or long jump if necessary. The federation also indicated that medals will be awarded to the top 9 biological female competitors, and that the transgender girl would get a duplicate medal if she is a top finisher. It was unclear whether the transgender competitor would be able to score team points or stand on the podium. The changes seemed intended to ensure that girls would not lose a spot in the state track meet in events involving a transgender competitor. Governor Gavin Newsom of California was encouraged by this thoughtful approach, his spokesman said on Tuesday. Mr. Newsom surprised fellow Democrats in March when he said on his podcast that it was deeply unfair for transgender athletes to participate in female sports. President Trump and Ms. Dillon each referenced Mr. Newsom's opinion in their comments this week. Mr. Newsom's remark was part of a conversation he had with Charlie Kirk, a conservative influencer, who had asked Mr. Newsom to speak out against the athlete who is competing at this week's track meet. Mr. Newsom declined to focus on any particular athlete and said that he also empathized with the challenges that transgender students faced. Last month, Mr. Newsom said that he had explored ways to balance competitive opportunities for transgender girls with the concerns about the effect on other competitors. But he fell short. "I just couldn't figure out how to, quote-unquote, make this fair," he said. The Justice Department said Wednesday that it was also supporting an earlier lawsuit filed on behalf of girls in California who say that state law is creating an unfair competitive environment. The plaintiffs, both high school athletes in Riverside, said they lost opportunities on their girls' cross-country team because of a trans girl who was allowed to compete. "The law is clear. Discrimination on the basis of sex is illegal and immoral," said Bill Eseli, the U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California, in a statement. "My office and the rest of the Department of Justice will work tirelessly to protect girls' sports and stop anyone, public officials included, from violating women's civil rights." Juliet McCurr and Orlando Mayorkin contributed reporting.
Yeah, well, my my thoughts on this is life isn't fair. I would think that someone who's transgender has bigger fish to fry than whether they qualify for a track meet. So I don't think I think we ought to teach kids that life isn't fair. You want kids to have a childhood, good childhood, kind of free from want or need. But I think high school is when you start the transition into how the world actually is. And one of the first lessons high schoolers need to learn is, this "it's not fair" bullshit is just that. I used to get that a lot from my son. Well, it's not fair. And my response would be, well, get used to it. Life is not fair. I don't necessarily see the need that transgender kids should even play sports. You're going to be disadvantaged either way. Life is not fair is the bottom line. So that's that. And really, I don't even blame the student athlete. I blame his or her parents for not communicating life and how to live it adequately to their teenager. So, let's see. Trump said he was not happy with Putin. I think we more or less covered this yesterday. Trump is not happy with Putin, mainly because of the bombing. I think it was last weekend or a few days ago that Putin, it was like some ungodly amount of drones that hit Kiev and some other cities at night, no less, killing civilians, no less. So this is an interesting story. Haiti has hired Eric Prince and Blackwater. Well, Eric Prince, he's a military contractor. Basically, he's like, he runs a group that basically are mercenaries, contract military. No Blackwater was used in Iraq, probably Afghanistan as well. Well, Haiti's interested in his services.
A desperate Haiti turns to Eric Prince, Trump ally, in fight against gangs. This article is by David C. Adams, Francis Robles, and Mark Mazzetti, and read by an automated voice. Eric Prince, a private military contractor and prominent supporter of President Trump, is working with Haiti's government to conduct lethal operations against gangs that are terrorizing the nation and threatening to take over its capital. Mr. Prince, the founder of Blackwater Worldwide, signed a contract to take on the criminal groups that have been killing civilians and seizing control of vast areas of territory, according to senior Haitian and American government officials and several other security experts familiar with Mr. Prince's work in Haiti. Haiti's government has hired American contractors, including Mr. Prince, in recent months to work on a secret task force to deploy drones meant to kill gang members, security experts said. Mr. Prince's team has been operating the drones since March, but the authorities have yet to announce the death or capture of a single high-value target. Security experts said Mr. Prince has also been scouting Haitian-American military veterans to hire to send to Port-au-Prince and is expected to send up to 150 mercenaries to Haiti over the summer. He recently shipped a large cache of weapons to the country, two experts said. The Haitian government is awaiting the arrival of arms shipments and more personnel to step up its fight against the gangs. American officials said they were aware of Mr. Prince's work with Haiti's government, but the full terms of the Haitian government's arrangement with Mr. Prince, including how much it is paying him, are unknown. This article is based on interviews with a dozen people who follow Haiti closely. All but one spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized.
Yeah, I'm not going to go too deep into this. It's a long-ish article, but I think that's an interesting idea. And also providing jobs for Haitian American former military veterans. Very interesting. Let's see what else. UK prosecutors authorized 21 criminal charges against Andrew and Tristan Tate. I don't know. Andrew Tate rarely comes up in this John Galt space, but I can imagine that he might have a few fans out there. Let's hear about this. He's in trouble. I think he has dual citizenship, British and U.S. I might be wrong about that, but let's hear this story.
London, Reuters. Internet personality Andrew Tate faces 11 criminal charges in Britain, including rape, actual bodily harm, and human trafficking, the Crown Prosecution Service said on Wednesday. The CPS said it had authorized the charges against Andrew Tate, which relate to one complainant, before an extradition warrant was issued in 2024 to bring him to Britain from Romania. His brother Tristan Tate faces 10 charges, including rape, actual bodily harm, human trafficking, and controlling prostitution for gain, relating to 3 complainants. The Tates have always denied any wrongdoing. The brothers' representative declined to comment. The CPS said in a statement that the courts in Romania, where the Tates are separately under criminal investigation, ordered their extradition to Britain last year. However, the domestic criminal matters in Romania must be settled first, a CPS spokesperson said. The Tates flew to the United States in February after Romanian prosecutors lifted a travel ban, flying back to Romania the following month to fulfill legal obligations. Andrew Tate, a former kickboxer and self-described misogynist, has gained millions of fans by promoting an ultra-masculine lifestyle. He separately faces a civil lawsuit in Britain, which has been brought by 4 women and is due to go to trial in 2027. Reporting by Sam Tabariti and Sam Tobin in London. Editing by Kate Holton and Gareth Jones.
Very interesting. I've watched a clip or two. So I know vaguely of Andrew Tate. I know John Galt showed a clip of his that he commented on months ago. And this is kind of sad. There's a magazine called Sustainability Times, and there was it kind of follows like science, some of it junk science, I imagine. But there was an article in here that all of a sudden I can't find. China just recently fired a laser in broad daylight and hit a target on the moon. And the significance of that is it happened during daylight. Usually lasers kind of get interfered with by solar radiation. But the implication is that if you can fire laser, you don't get like um, uh, dark spots for communications, like the dark side of the moon. You'd actually be able to communicate over a laser to a satellite orbiting the moon, and then back to the spaceship on the dark side of the moon. So that's actually a very significant happening that China's accomplished. Having a laser powerful enough to fire in the daylight and hit a satellite orbiting the moon, that's it's pretty interesting. So we are slowly but surely winding down the news stories and kind of getting into commentary and some other. I wouldn't call them fluff stories, but more non-news but kind of interesting stories. Apparently, Ozempic, GLP-1, soars in popularity. Diners are wrestling with new restaurant etiquette dilemmas. So let's listen to this. I don't know whether this is serious or some sort of comic piece, but let's listen to it.
Group dining on Ozempic? It's complicated. This article is by Allison Kruger and read by an automated voice. Michael Foote was at dinner with 3 friends at Soother, a Thai restaurant in the East Village of Manhattan, when he looked up and noticed he was the only one eating. We had all ordered all this food, and we were all sharing everything, he said, but I was chowing down, and my friends were all taking these little baby bites. All of his dining companions were on GLP-1s, a class of drugs that are increasingly used for weight loss. Most people who take them report feeling hungry less often, and when they do eat, they can feel extremely full after a few bites. Mr. Foote, a lawyer, said that the majority of his friends are on these medications, creating a new dynamic when they go out to eat. They usually order appetizers and entrees to share. His friends will take a few bites, and he will finish the rest. I am a 6'4", 210-pound guy, and I get quite hungry, said Mr. Foote, 36, with a laugh. They still dine out often, even though it's a complete charade for them. As long as they still split the bill, which they usually do, he is fine with the arrangement. I think if I were a more self-conscious person, I would care that I was the only person being a little Miss Piggy over here, he said. But I love food. Some people eat to live. I love to eat. Morgan Stanley research analysts estimate that 24 million people, or 7% of Americans, will be taking a GLP-1 by 2035. As weight loss drugs soar in popularity, diners on and off them are wrestling with a number of restaurant etiquette quandaries, and in some cases, changing their dining habits as a result. Diners on GLP-1s are figuring out which types of restaurants they feel comfortable visiting, how to leave food on their plates without insulting the chef or their dining companions, and how to get the most value out of the experience. Those not on the drugs are contending with the pros and cons of going out with people who don't do much eating. There's a social component to this, said David Wiss, a nutritionist in Los Angeles with a PhD in public health. We are in a period of flux and change, and people are learning how to navigate this. 9 months ago, Will Farmer, a talent agent in London, started taking the diabetes drug Mounjaro, a GLP-1 that many have used off-label to lose weight. Shortly after, he went to a 10-course tasting meal for a work event and could only eat a little of each course. I was eating a quarter of a Scotch egg, he said. The restaurant emailed the event's host to ask if everything was okay. They were worried I found the food disgusting, said Mr. Farmer, 34. Now he eats only at restaurants that serve family-style dishes or small plates, so it isn't as obvious when he doesn't finish his food. If you go to a steak restaurant, it's weird if you leave most of it, he said. But when we are all sharing, the food disappears, and it's not this individual shame of leaving food behind. As a self-described foodie and a wine and spirits publicist in New York City, Lauren Wire loves to go out to eat and order a lot of dishes. I want to try everything, she said. But as soon as she sits down, she warns everyone from the server to her dining companions that she is on a GLP-1. The chef might come out to say hi, or I might be on a date, and I will joke that I need a box because I am on Ozempic, said Ms. Wire, 36. I don't want them to think I don't like the food, and also I want to normalize this. It's all worth the leftovers. She likes that she can save money and enjoy the same amount of food over a longer stretch of time. Ms. Wire thinks those who dine with her and are not on the drugs only benefit. I still overorder, and then they get to eat more of my food, she said, laughing. Non-dinner meetings have been the hardest for Joseph Suchadolski, a fashion consultant in New York City who has taken Manjaro for more than 2 years to treat his diabetes. He tends to snack during the day and will often insist on having just a coffee at a breakfast meeting. But during a recent morning meeting in Los Angeles, he learned his companion was also on a GLP-1. We both ordered breakfast, and we were just moving it around the plate, said Mr. Suchadolski, 38. When they finally shared why, they started laughing and opening up. Dr. Wiss said it's important for patients who are new to GLP-1s to consider how they might handle social situations that can arise from eating less in public. When people stop drinking alcohol, for example, it's helpful for them to think through how they will respond when people offer them a drink or a waiter's disappointed they don't order wine, he said. We are seeing that recreated with food. Some people say GLP-1s have improved the experience of eating at restaurants, though. After struggling with childhood obesity, Jackson LeMay, a content creator in Atlanta, used to feel anxious that he was eating too fast or too much while dining out. He would obsess over the menu before he got to the restaurant and shame himself if he ordered something unhealthy or too large. After taking a GLP-1 for a year and a half, that food noise is gone. It has made me feel more confident in eating in public, said Mr. LeMay, 27. He has never enjoyed restaurants as much as he does now. There are some people not on the drugs who refuse to dine out with people on them, though they were hesitant to say so on the record. They say they're embarrassed by full plates sent back to the kitchen or insecure about eating more than the person across the table. But Nathalie Del Carmen loves being around people with smaller appetites. Her mother, sister, and many of her friends are on GLP-1s, and she estimates that at least one person at her table is on them whenever she dines out. Ms. Del Carmen, a marketing manager in New York, said she finds herself mirroring the behavior of those on the drugs, which means she eats less and doesn't feel pressure to finish her meal if she isn't hungry. It helps me with impulse control, she said. Emerging research shows GLP-1s may also curb one's appetite for alcohol. Ms. Del Carmen, 31, said some of her friends on the drugs cannot have more than 1 or 2 drinks without getting violently ill, which helps her drink less. They are the opposite of the one friend who eggs you on to drink more or have one more martini. Follow New York Times Cooking on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and Pinterest. Get regular updates from New York Times Cooking with recipe suggestions, cooking tips, and shopping advice.
Yeah, I actually love both the New York Times and the Washington Post food sections. They are definitely, if you like to cook, those are definitely things you'll want to explore. This is an opinion piece on Trump's spate of pardons. Let's see who wrote this. Kenneth Vogel. So let's hear what he has to say. We may not listen to the whole thing, but just some thoughts.
To win pardons, Trump allies echo his claims of political prosecutions. This article is by Kenneth P. Vogel and read by an automated voice. When they pleaded guilty, the 3 men took responsibility for crimes. Brian Kelsey acknowledged his involvement in an illegal campaign cash scheme. Paul Walchak expressed so much shame for his tax fraud. Daniel Rodriguez wrote a letter to apologize from the heart to a police officer he assaulted with a stun gun. But when they or their allies pushed for pardons from President Trump, they argued that they, like him, had been unfairly targeted by prosecutors because of their politics. It is an argument that has resonated with Mr. Trump, who issued full and unconditional pardons to all three of the men, as well as hundreds of other supporters convicted of an array of crimes.
Let me stop right here. This is an interesting comment. Roller Skater Texas Girl asks, why are we so hyper-focused on others' eating habits? Let people be people, and we will all learn lessons along the way. Well, I kind of echo that sentiment, but someone made a comment. It was a guy who is, I think he is a British citizen, but he is Somali by origin. Vanta, he calls himself Vanta Silver, Vanta Black. He seems to change color every time I encounter him on a panel or a chat. He made a comment about Americans being obese. And you will occasionally hear John Galt talk about, and definitely Be Brave, talk about Black women just being uniformly obese. Apparently all Black women are fat and ugly, by the way, to people of that Be Brave worldview or point of view. People are focused on obesity, so naturally eating habits will come up. And in this case, this last article, the guy that wrote the article is not on Ozempic. He feels guilty that, he'll take friends out who are eating Ozempic, and you know how you'll get appetizers. Everybody orders an appetizer and you get to kind of sample all the appetizers. And, they will eat just a few bites and he'll just eat the rest because he has an appetite and they don't. So that's what the article was actually about. He felt guilty.
About 4 months into his second stint in the Oval Office, Mr. Trump has redefined the exercise of presidential clemency. On Wednesday, Mr. Trump announced a raft of pardons, which wipe away convictions, and commutations, which cut sentences short. Not all had obvious political ties. Recipients included a rapper who was sentenced to nearly 2 years in prison in a federal gun case, and the co-founder of a Chicago gang who was serving multiple life sentences for crimes, including murder. But several beneficiaries had ties to Mr. Trump or to conservative groups, including Michael G. Grimm, a former Republican representative from Staten Island who served 7 months in prison for tax fraud a decade ago. The president has focused on rewarding allies and supporters who make arguments that echo his own claims that he was prosecuted by a Justice Department that was weaponized for political ends by the administration of his predecessor, former President Joseph R. Biden Jr. Mr. Trump has largely forsaken a more formal Justice Department process intended to identify and vet deserving clemency applicants who have served their time and expressed remorse. His approach has created an incentive for pardon seekers or their allies to demonstrate their fealty to him and to accuse the Biden Justice Department of singling them out because of that support. And it has created a cottage industry of clemency lobbyists and lawyers offering to help shape such appeals. It worked in the case of Mr. Kelsey, a former Republican state senator from Tennessee who had pleaded guilty in 2022 to illegally funneling money to his failed campaign for Congress in 2016. He tried unsuccessfully to withdraw the plea, then after Mr. Trump was elected, he filed a pardon application with the White House, claiming that prosecutors had gone after him to get to a close ally of Mr. Trump, according to a person familiar with the application. Mr. Kelsey reported to prison in February for a 21-month sentence, but was pardoned by Mr. Trump about 2 weeks later. In an essay published on Wednesday, Mr. Kelsey claimed that the Biden administration waged unprecedented lawfare against President Trump, and that it also waged lawfare against Trump supporters, including me. Mr. Walczak, a former nursing home executive who last year pleaded guilty to tax offenses, sounded similar notes in his pardon application. It claimed that he was targeted for criminal prosecution because of his family's fundraising and other support for Mr. Trump. Mr. Walczak received a pardon in April, less than 3 weeks after his mother, Elizabeth Fago, attended a $1 million ahead fundraising dinner with Mr. Trump at his private Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach, Florida. Not all the Trump supporters benefiting from this dynamic are wealthy enough to hire a well-connected lawyer or make large campaign donations to political or nonprofit groups affiliated with the president. After Mr. Rodriguez was charged with assaulting a Washington police officer, including with a stun gun, during the January 6, 2021, riot by Trump supporters at the Capitol, he tearfully expressed regret, according to a transcript of an interview with FBI agents. He pleaded guilty in 2023 and was sentenced to more than 12 years in prison by a federal judge who called him a one-man army of hate, making him one of more than 1,100 sentenced for their roles in the attack.
Yeah, I'm not going to make y'all suffer through 4 more minutes of this. Basically, yeah, I made the point earlier in the show about basically Trump seems to be, in a lot of cases, kind of undoing what the Biden Justice Department did. Unsurprising, quite frankly, because if nothing else, he said he was going to do it. So this time around, I have to give Trump credit. He is doing what he says he's going to do, other than Project 2025. But, even some of that he said he was going to do, like dismantling the administrative state. That's not surprising. One other thing, Cool Kamasi, welcome aboard. I am so honored to be included in the same sentence with your great President Donald Trump. Kudos to me. Apparently, you think I'm as great as Donald Trump, so I am honored, sir. Yeah. That Larry, what's his name? The gangster. Yeah, that was back in the 70s that he was convicted, so I don't really get that one. What infrastructure? Oh, Lupin, you missed my point earlier. Maybe you're behind and you're hearing that point about the gangsters, which just made no. It was a stunning statement. Definitely a hot take. As a hot take, I definitely appreciate it. Yeah, everything's going fine. Cool, Kamasi. How are you? It's getting close to the weekend, so I'm getting better. So the other thing I've noticed, apparently I pissed Be Brave off, so we will get that. We got a couple more stories here, then we'll watch a little bit of Be Brave, then I'm going to end it because I started late again. I overslept, but I woke up early and listened to T's show for a little bit. I listened to John's show a lot longer than I should have. So I actually woke up around 12. Didn't get back to bed until about 4. And then I had a show. I figured, yeah, I'll get a couple winks and then wake up, for 4:45, 5 o'clock on time. That did not happen. But anyway, I'm here now. Yeah, that is true. So this actually interested me. I've not heard anything about America becoming anti-car, but it was interesting. This is called This California Highway is Now a Park. The cars are gone, but not the anger. The transformation of a 2-mile stretch of San Francisco's Great Highway into a pedestrian promenade has set off a clash over the city's anti-car culture. You could probably make the argument that California is anti-car. And by the way, Trump's Justice Department is suing, trying to force California to stop being different, regulating cars differently than the rest of the country. So here we go. Let's listen to this again. We may not listen to all of this, but roller skater, they mentioned rollerblades. So this might interest you. By the way, roller skater, do they use rollerblades at skating rinks or rollerblades specifically for outside? I'm curious to know.
This California highway is now a park. The cars are gone, but not the anger. This article is by Heather Knight and read by an automated voice. A couple in matching rollerblades canoodled in a hammock at the western edge of San Francisco. The sun was warm. The vibe was cool. The office most certainly did not beckon, though it was 3:15 p.m. on a Monday. You can say, "This is my lunch break," said Ryan LeBurge, 52, who works in sales when he isn't canoodling. This is Sunset Dunes, San Francisco's newest park, where people lounge, ride their bikes, or scurry in their wetsuits to surf in the Pacific. But there is trouble in this paradise. The park sits on a road. In California, people really love their parks. They also really love their cars. Here, these devotions have collided, setting off a heated clash over what some people call San Francisco's war on cars that has prompted a recall campaign, a lawsuit, and threats of an effort to undo the new park entirely. The transformation of part of a road into the largest pedestrian project of its kind in California history is the latest move by the city to dismantle highways in favor of parks and plazas. There was the teardown of the Embarcadero Freeway after the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake damaged it. There was the removal of a damaged freeway off-ramp that became Patricia's Green, a popular art-dotted park in Hayes Valley. There was the banning of cars from John F. Kennedy Drive in Golden Gate Park during the pandemic, opening it up to roller skaters, joggers, and toddlers learning to ride bikes. Each time, there was some vociferous objection, followed by acceptance. But it's unclear what the outcome will be from the battle over Sunset Dunes. Change is hard, said Phil Ginsberg, general manager of the Recreation and Parks Department. But these are some of the best things we've done from an urban planning perspective. For 90
Hey, roller skater, this is kind of off topic, but Savannah has the Wilmington River, which is part of the Intercoastal Waterway. You can come in on one side of Tybee Island and then follow the Intercoastal Waterway, the Wilmington River, all the way to the Savannah River. And then from there, I think you have to go back out the Savannah River to the Atlantic. But yeah, I love the Intercoastal Waterway. One of these days, maybe I'll even have a house on it. Tidal rivers are fascinating. So sorry to hear that about your brother-in-law. That's horrible. And I've been out on boats on the Intercoastal Waterway a lot. And I remember once I went out on a buddy's boat and his engine zonked out. And so we're just kind of anchored off this little patch of land. It was right where the Wilmington River meets the Savannah River. So I'm like, well, damn, too bad, because we were on our way up the Savannah. We wanted to hit the Savannah River, then go upriver past downtown Savannah. And there's a spot underneath a bridge where the water turns a little bit brackish, which is, a good spot to fish. Anyway, we get stuck, and there's something called sea tow, which is basically kind of like AAA, but for boats. And I'm thinking to myself, well, the boat's zonked out. We had live shrimp, so I put on a shrimp, toss a line out, thinking surely this guy has sea tow. He did not. And I'm like, oh shit. I'm going to be stuck out on this intercoastal waterway, and we can't go on this little patch of land because it's got mud. And, mud is, that marshes are not a place you want to like step out of your boat, because sometimes that mud will just fucking suck your feet and maybe even you, it's kind of like quicksand. So, I'm thinking to myself, oh my Lord, if we have to spend 24 hours out here, because it gets cold out on the water. Even in the summertime, it can get cold, if you don't have a jacket. So, yeah, being out on that intercoastal waterway is no joke. I don't even drink when I go out on a boat because I need to be able to swim or whatever I need to do in case you have to go into survival mode. So, yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that about your brother-in-law. So, anyway, I didn't know that there was anywhere in, America's famous for its car craziness. And apparently in San Francisco, they've decided to zig and become more a pedestrian city, which I encourage. But anyway, looks like another cause for strife in America. It's the cars versus the anti-cars. So that's a bit interesting. And then as a fisherman, I never thought about this. And there's a parallel that I'm going to make. Apparently, fish, this overfishing, you know how animals learn from their parents, whether you're a dog or a fish or, apparently this over harvesting of fish is making fish populations more vulnerable. Animals will know that, oh, hey, this isn't a good place to be because it's dangerous. So the fish keep coming back to the same spots. And that results in over harvesting and then shortages and, extinction, I guess. Too many old wise fish were being harvested, causing the population as a whole to lose its way. And I'd never thought of that before. But it says here, elderly individuals play key roles in passing down important survival lessons, much like parents and kids. So I really, the story struck, as a fisherman and as a parent. Elders do play a role in, ensuring the survival of following generations. So old people are important, and never really caught that lesson until now. So we have reached, I had a shitload of videos, and it may result in me doing a show tomorrow morning, depending on how much rest I get. But this is Be Brave, and the title of the show is Insane Stanley Quotes and Some Catching Up. So let's see what Mr. Brave has to say about Insane Stanley. And then I'll probably just end the show unless somebody either A, hits the link. You're free to hit the link if you want, or B, something interesting happens. Hey, what's up, SKC? Oh, you may enjoy this show then that Be Brave is currently live on. Insane Stanley Quotes and Some Catching Up. I also want to note that all of a sudden, and he actually credits me because I made the remark about he capitalizes his show titles properly now. You can thank me for pointing out this egregious grammatical error that he's been making for who knows how long. He now properly capitalizes the words in his show title. So I'm going to give myself a little pat on the back for making sure that English and grammar are taken seriously on YouTube. Which, by the way, I heard a word in that San Francisco car article, vociferously. That's a word that isn't used enough, in my opinion. So let's hear what Mr. Brave has to say.
Okay, by golly. Okay, yeah, I had to go do a few things. Plus, let a few people file in just in case, A few people want to stop by. Thanks for stopping by, everybody.
got some things, Stanley quotes and some other things. Some white person, a white man complaining about how hard life is in America. I got that. Want to talk about General Dave if I get to it. Dipshit that won't show up on my channel. Finds ways channels to say all kinds of stupid shit to me. But yeah, I had to get my fuck black culture KKK mask on. Yeah, it said fuck black culture. You pro-black sick motherfuckers that don't understand what black culture is doing to this country. This mask is my way of saying, well, on top of it hiding my ugliness, this mask is my way of saying, yeah, fuck your black culture. Take it and cram it. Take it and fucking.
Folks, that is called white trash multitasking. When your homemade masks does two things. It kills two wild turkeys with one stone.
Shove it, man, you sick motherfuckers. Or look into it and improve it. I'd go for that. God damn. But yeah, Stanley's on a good one. Let me play this right here. Do this. And then we'll play this over here. Stanley said, right quick, I'll explain it. Stanley's at it again. He's at it again. Said the same thing and reinforced it. Only he added a little bit of a.
Let me also add a point before he gets rolling here. There's not a goddamn person on this internet that's gonna tell me what I say, how to say it, or where I say it. Be brave. He is definitely brave. Motherfucker, I will do what I want to do and I will say what I want to say. Generally, when I say something, it has a purpose and I mean what I say. And I think Mr. White Trasher here, as he refers to himself, can't seem to be able to wrap his brain around a black man who is accomplished and has no compunction about saying what's on his mind. This is America, sir. And I am one who understands what America is, at least for the most part, and will take full advantage of my free speech rights, and whatever other rights that I feel need to be exercised. So I'm at it again, and I will be at it again whenever I feel like being at it. So put that in your little corncob pipe and smoke it.
Qualifier to it to make it sound more sensible. He said, when you have a bunch of people in a small geographical area stacked on top of each other. Now here's where he added, and they are poor, because he left that out of his last time he said this stupid shit. Last time he said stacked on top of each other like in cages. That's what he said the last time he said this, for dramatic effect. In cages. All the poor people are in cages. Never mind running water, food, heat, housing, and air conditioning. They're in cages.
Now, here's an older person. He's 10 years older than I am, that does not understand hyperbole and its purpose in language. For hyperbole does have a purpose. This motherfucker just does not get it. And let me tell you something. This is another thing, and I know I'm kind of piling on here. What Be Brave doesn't seem to quite get, and if he had any sense of American history, white people, poor white people and poor black people have throughout history formed alliances, political alliances, and have gotten along famously. What happens, and I'm thinking of Wilmington because I keep bringing up Wilmington, North Carolina, 1798. Um, there will be Brave's white social superiors when these poor class alliances form. They will come in and tell people like Be Brave and some of his forefathers that, hey, you know what? You're forming alliances with these black people. You are better than the black people um, because of the color of your skin and because you have some white cultural inheritance. And people like Be Brave believe it. And then they start, they produce, they will, their offspring will be people like Be Brave who believe the bullshit. So I don't think Be Brave can actually handle someone who speaks well, has read a couple books, and basically can take whatever logic he might think he's spewing, twist it, make fun of it, mock it, shit on it, and then do it again whenever they want to and consistently. Be Brave has a problem. And part of his problem is the white culture, the quote white culture that he wants to grab the apron strings of would not have him. Okay, his theory that upper crust whites, the cultural elite whites, they have no more use for Be Brave than I do. So this dude is swimming in delusions that white culture, like, he has contributed nothing to white culture. He is a taker from quote, well, let's just say American culture, which he wants to say is white culture. He is a taker just like me, just like most Americans. They are not makers, they are takers. He and I are both takers. The only reason he thinks he's better than me is literally because of a culture that he does not actually participate in and the color of his skin. That's it. And I call that a racist. And I think validly so. I'm not just tossing out the term just to get even or anything like that. Be Brave is one of the few people I've um, heard and kind of met on panels in my life that everything, I mean, he is a textbook case of a racist, but then he doesn't want to like have the self-realization that he is a textbook on racist behaviors. So that's my comment on him. He is one of the few. I have not actually met a whole lot of at least expressed racist. I don't care what people think or what's in their hearts as long as, they kind of follow the golden rule. This motherfucker is an out and out racist. And when you call him a racist, he wants to get all offended and say he's a culturalist. I'm like, dude, you just learned how to do a show title grammatically. Motherfucker, do you honestly think that I'm not going to comment on your shortcomings? Especially if you are just an out and out racist, dude, the best is yet to come. So that's my commentary. We'll play a little bit more after SKC. Hey, SKC, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay, man. Just I was up and about for a little bit, getting a few things done, and like earlier this morning, just to get a little quiet time, I was back in Barbara Tuckman's A Distant Mirror, and then I took a break and drank some coffee and turned on the tube and saw you were going, and it looks like you were having some another dunk fest on your one of your favorite opponents, I guess.
Well, I wouldn't even call him an opponent because it's not going to be a fair fight. No, you could make the argument that I'm punching down.
Wow. See, I don't know, man. It's weird. you know the guy better than I don't. You know, I don't really. I the opportunity that I did get to I guess go back and forth with him. You know, I thought everything was fine, but then I don't know. He kind of went ham and.
Well, no, you know what? I've known him long enough because I know him way back in the day from CT's show. I've actually encountered him on CT's panels.
Right.
Um, he and I share some similarities on our viewpoints about property. I don't
Really?
think
Like
he's a
what?
bad guy. I don't value property like say a John Galt or like John Galt once asked me, well, we were talking about blacks moving into a more or less affluent neighborhood and lowering property values, because
Mhm.
white people might start moving away.
Mhm.
And my response, because somebody asked me, well, Stanley, if you moved into a white neighborhood and you had black neighbors, wouldn't you be concerned about your property values? And my answer was no. Number one, when I buy a house, I want to like the location. There's some things that I appreciate about a property that don't necessarily, yeah, I don't want it to decrease in value, but I'm not going to be wrapped around the axle that it doesn't double in a couple years. Because when I buy a house, I don't plan on flipping it. I buy a house to be a home. So, I figure in 10 years or whenever, 20 years, it'll go up in value. That it goes up quick or that it, doesn't go up as quick because I got black neighbors doesn't concern me that much. I may die in this house. So, dead men don't really care about property values other than, maybe
That's
the grave places, they might have paid for. I don't get wrapped up. If people like John Galt's a real estate guy, so he cares more than I would about
yeah.
property values.
No, I understand that. I think um I, I think I would probably lean towards the John side of that issue because not but for again different reasons. But I'm not I care about the property value because I'm trying to pass down a legacy to children and all that stuff. But even beyond all of that, my main concern would be the behaviors and the attitude of the community that I stay in. I don't want that to start to devolve into um curious and crime ridden behaviors. So yeah,
Right, but that's not what they were necessarily talking about because see, I'm actually not one. If a black neighbor moves next door to me, I'm not going to just off the bat assume that, the criminal behavior or the loud music. I'm not going to assume it until it happens. Okay, if
yeah,
a black person moves next door to me, I'm not making plans to move. That's more or less the direction that they were going with this conversation. By the way, I live in an area, a neighborhood, but surrounding areas that's probably 50-50. I've got plenty of black neighbors that have way nicer houses than me and nicer than some of their white neighbors. So
yeah.
Georgia, the South is unique in that way that black people and white people have been living in close quarters for quite some time. It's not as contentious as other places north of the Mason-Dixon line and other parts of the country. Georgia is particularly unique in that, for the most part, even in the rural areas where I am, black people and white people are not at war with each other.
Yeah. I think people have these. We all do. We have blind spots due to our upbringing and the environments in which we settled
Exactly.
in and so forth. And unless we're able to bounce around from place to place, and or have almost like the gall of a true investigative reporter who, you know, puts himself in certain areas to learn and experience things, and to be able to observe and report from experience. You know, a lot of things is, you know, people are kind of generalizing more or less. Not saying that
Right. Well,
it's
now
bad, but you know.
the thing is I am almost the opposite of a John Galt. I might go too far in the other direction, and I freely admit I don't have a whole lot of experience in, you know, areas where there's a lot of crime or anything.
Mhm.
I grew up in a black neighborhood. I could go weeks, a month without seeing white people, unless I went to the mall or something. Growing up, I had doctors and lawyers and cops, and, you know, it was a middle class black neighborhood that I grew up in Savannah. So there weren't a whole lot of criminals. There was shit. My brother, I'm sorry, my sister and I and my father, for exercise, mainly for him, we would go riding around this neighborhood at night. And, you know, we had the little lights with generators on the back tire to ride at night. It had cooled off. And the only threat that I ever feared was like some loose dog who might want to chase us on a bike, you know,
Yeah.
on our bikes. I mean, literally, you're 9 o'clock at night in my neighborhood. We would fucking ride for a few miles just for the exercise of it. No, we weren't fearing, you know, being robbed or anything like that. So I literally grew up in a black neighborhood where you could do that. And I think you could probably still do it now, though it's probably a little bit more dodgy. My father lives in the house I grew up in still. And I will actually be at that house come Saturday. So I might be a little too nonchalant. I will freely admit that, but I think I'm just not going to assume that the black person who moves in next to me is going to be a problem until they are.
Yeah, but I kind of understand both sides of the argument so far as I get what you're saying, and I know places of what you're saying. There's some there that are like that here in Texas, but on the other end, I also know that from the positions of the Johns and the CTs and the Oc Nations and so forth, they're primarily focused in on large population hubs throughout the United
Right.
States.
And I am wise enough to know that I'm not going to judge every black person in America, nor will I make them responsible for what goes in these large population hubs. You can go and you can read E. Franklin Frazier, et cetera, et cetera. The Great Migration. There are a lot of differences between, say, rural Georgia and the middle of Atlanta. They're not there used to be the saying when I was a kid, there's Atlanta and the rest of Georgia. I've never been to Chicago, and I damn sure, you know, whatever's going on in Chicago is for Chicago to fix. I don't feel responsible for it, and quite frankly, I'm not particularly interested in it. It does not affect me. And I think it's literally racist to think that someone sitting in this small town Georgia should even care. Or, you know, if you ask me what about the crime in Chicago, I'm going to go, what about it? They need to fix it, is my answer. Nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
And if there are people who happen to be Braves who think 70% are excusing the behavior or want to judge me by crime in Chicago, I'm at a time in my life, both financially, emotionally, culturally, etc. I don't give a shit. If you want to prejudge that way, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah, I don't know. I think in all of it, there's a a propensity to jump between the micro and the macro, and I think
Well, I don't even see it as a micro or macro. It is literally a point of view thing. And if you will buy into the notion that the culture in Chicago, the inner city culture in Detroit has anything to do with small town Georgia or Alabama or wherever, you aren't smart enough to figure out that there are literally multiple versions of Black culture. When you go, Black culture is X, which part of Black culture are you talking about? Rural Georgia Black culture, Gullah culture out on South Carolina's Sea Islands, or you're talking Black inner city culture. They're not the same.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I don't think that they have the same volume either.
Don't care.
And that's what I'm saying.
They're
You don't care.
different. They are different is my point.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
I
I agree
don't
with
get
you.
the impression that Be Brave especially understands that there's a difference.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not holding to any of that. I'm not trying to even argue that guy's point of
Well,
view.
I'm not sure that John Galt understands that.
But I will say this: in my travels, within the United States and outside of the country, I have noticed that sometimes people listen to the loudest parts of Black American culture, and unfortunately, that that volume does lend more towards the inner city such and such and blah blah blah. When I
Right.
like
Well, I think that
take for
happens
instance, yes,
inside the country, but there
take
are parallels.
take
People think that all white Americans are cowboys, and I know better than that.
yeah.
Excuse me, outside the country, they think that white people are Marlboros and Levi's jeans, which couldn't be farther from the truth. So, like I said, and this is going to make you can have the last word on this because I want to get back to Be Brave, but
Oh, okay.
I am not willing to prejudge people unless it's necessary to do so. Those who want to live by that sword will die by that sword, or at least get roasted, if they come up to this panel.
Okay. Yeah, I have nothing against you. Your personal view on any of that. Yeah, I'm just looking
Hey,
at.
I don't have any other view but my personal view. I'm only one personality so far. I haven't graduated to multiple personalities.
Well, maybe that's the problem. I try to look at views beyond my own and
Oh,
kind
well,
of
no.
yeah.
Don't think I don't understand um um Be Brave's point of view. Oh, I have the ability to put myself in other shoes, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be sympathetic or definitely not empathetic to their arguments. No. I putting myself in another shoes, I'm not an empathetic person. If I think your argument is stupid, even if it is heartfelt and you truly believe it, I'm still gonna mock you. You need to educate yourself. So I don't do that empathy, put myself in other people's shoes. I can do it. I have done it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to excuse it. I'm not that kind of I'm not that kind of egalitarian.
Oh my goodness, you almost sound like me on the whole immigrant thing and illegal thing. You're speaking to my heart of hearts here. I understand your
Well, you know
position.
what?
It still doesn't mean that I want you here.
Well, but see, I actually understand that. I mean, I can't defeat that argument. If you tell me that, hey, I can put myself in those shoes, but I still want you gone, how do I defeat that argument? I can't. It wouldn't even try. As long as you understand, and you are due your conclusions as long as it is reasonably held. And see, that's the thing about you. I can follow your arguments. I may not agree with your conclusions, but I can follow your arguments. And people, this is the one thing that people just do not seem to understand. And I'm not sure that these people actually understand their own arguments. You are about the only one up here, maybe Deacon Dave. you actually understand your argument and you can reason your way to a conclusion to a point to where, hey, I disagree with your conclusion, but I can't disagree with your argument. That does not happen in John Galt land.
Oh, yeah, I don't know, man. You have way more experience in that arena, so you know.
And not necessarily happily so.
I'm curious of your thoughts. You stated that you wanted to cover some braveism, and I
Well,
kind of
yeah, we're
wonder.
watching him right now.
I kind of wonder, and I want to just listen to your viewpoints on this because I'm a student at the feet of Gamaliel on this one. Um, I really want to understand why you and him seem to have this this battle of
Okay, well,
that goes
it's
on.
the same battle I have with John Galt. These people want it's in his 70% argument. He is saying that 70% of Black culture makes excuses for the 3% in the inner cities that are doing all this violence. And then the second part is he thinks what's happening in the inner city is literally bringing down crashingly American culture down in a crash. I disagree with that too. I don't think 14% of a population is going to crash a country that's been around this long. We have bigger problems than inner city crime, as horrible as that sounds. So the crux of my vehement disagreement with both John Galt and Be Brave, for they are similar, is I am not my brother's keeper. That is the crux of it.
Okay.
I'm not even responsible, nor should I be concerned or am concerned about crime in Chicago. I honestly don't give a shit. That is something Chicago needs to solve. Other than knowing it's happening, knowing that it is a tragedy, beyond that, what does it have to do with me? And people like Be Brave want to make all Black culture monolithic, all Black people monolithic. Therefore, all Black people are responsible for crime rates in these urban areas and then overall.
So would your argument stay the same? Let's say if, you know, for ish and giggles, if I was to still man their argument and to say, you know, perhaps what they are stating is not just one area, but looking at the aggregate of many inner city areas throughout the United States and looking at the similarities of what is occurring, and then noting that that population is you know, problematic. What would be your argument?
Okay, well, yes, they're problematic, but it's not my problem to fix. It's an American problem. Okay, and racializing crime is not a solution.
So if someone was to refute and say I agree with you that racializing crime is not a solution, which is why the news media should report evenly on certain crimes. You know, it seems as though when there's a white person that does some sort of, you know, horrendous crime, he's plastered, we get the name, we get the face, we get all of that. But then when there's things that have to do with Black people, it seems like, oh, you don't understand. We got to put on the kid gloves, and we got to understand the root issue.
Okay, well,
of
I don't
problem.
blame the media. I blame the people they're covering.
Okay.
Look, media in 2025 is a business. I don't hold the media as responsible as some on the right will. I think the media is just satisfying its customers. I think I don't hold even politicians, and this is a similar argument I make. I think politicians do what their voters allow them to get away with. Okay. I think America's electorate is a bigger problem than its politicians.
So you're just saying that it's the people.
We the people. It's literally in the Constitution. And I don't think people take that seriously enough. I'm not sure that people even understand it. Government, regardless of what people say, can be held accountable. People just aren't willing to do it. And part of the problem is, America's so evenly divided as to point of view. So that is a problem, but it's a problem that we have to contend with. I don't think blaming the media or blaming government as if it's apart from the consumers or or the electorate. I don't think that's actually. I think people just kind of compartmentalize when it's actually more. It's actually the compartmentalization is the problem. People thinking it's us versus the government. To me, that's not really how it should be. Maybe it's how it is, but there are fixes to that. People should take their responsibilities as a voter, as a citizen, seriously.
Well, I don't know. It seems like that would be difficult if a person doesn't believe that their citizenship or that the founding documents are legitimate documents, and if they're trying to work against the very fabric of what those documents intended to lay out.
Okay, well, they shouldn't be doing that. I don't see that as being a responsible citizen.
Right.
I mean, and it's damn near impossible, but you can change the Constitution. You can amend the Constitution. Now, can it be done? Who knows? But people aren't even trying. There are mechanisms, and I'm oddly, the older I've gotten, I've gotten a lot more liberal, as in capital L. I think the Enlightenment was actually hugely problematic. But the one thing I can say is that republics, I'm almost a Burkean on this. Republics with their institutions versus direct democracy set up for slow change, incremental change, though there can be quick change if the will of the people, demands it. I think republics are just fine. I think our Constitution could probably, be amended here or there. But the thing is that if you are basically against some of the fundamental documents, they are flawed. However, I don't see a better way. And certainly autocracy is not.
Right. And, I don't know. I think a lot of the people who have these contrarian views on such, they don't have a better way, but they clamor like little or have tantrums like little children, and just keep barking about things that they don't understand the full implications of the thing that they're trying to get rid of. They don't understand it to a large degree. And I think a lot of people subvert those documents by inviting things that ultimately will end it anyway, which is why I have such a harsh view against the immigration thing, because whether you want to hold to it or not, if you change a large segment of the population that does not have the ability to read it, and then B, are coming from a place where their understanding of such matters runs contrary to the very dictates of those documents, and you flood your country with such people, well, you're going to undermine the document whether you run it through Congress or not.
Okay, well, here's
the same effect.
Here is my response to that. I understand that, the draconian approach that Trump is attempting is one way to handle it. My way of handling it would either be two-pronged, or it should have happened a decade or more ago, because I think it was Bush who wanted comprehensive immigration reform, Bush Jr. Look, if you go and you look at the asylum laws and laws, I can't think of the name of the law that was passed during the Carter administration involving refugees, where the government is compelled to provide the basic needs of someone who comes here, even illegally, and declares themselves a refugee. What people don't understand is that if you cross the border illegally, but you declare asylum or refugee status, you get a legal status. You might have crossed the border, you might have committed a crime, but once you declare, you have a legal status.
I
What we
disagree.
should have done, I'm sorry, what?
I said I disagree. That
Okay,
there's
well, hold on. I'll table that for 1 minute.
all right.
We should have changed these asylum laws and refugee laws. I don't care if the UN mandates or what have you. We should go back. We should make it less inviting for people to come here. Okay, if you cross illegally and we don't catch you and you show up somewhere declaring asylum or refugee status, that should not be granted. The government should not be compelled by law to provide succor. Hopefully, Blackbird hears this and gets upset that I pronounce it succor instead of sucker. I think even if you deport these people in the way Trump wants to do it, the laws are still an invitation. So you may not agree with my position. I think you've got to not only deport the people, but somebody in Congress ought to be changing these laws, to not be a tacit invitation to risk.
Right, but ultimately the problem is that you have many individuals in Congress that benefit from.
Okay,
so it's like
and my
obviously they're not
response
gonna
to that,
obviously they're not
my
gonna change the
response
law.
to that is
Yeah,
um,
and that's the issue at hand is that when you
okay,
have
well,
people that are benefiting.
those people need to go. That goes back to my point about the electorate being responsible for electing these same people who want to shirk their duty. Okay, I do, and this is the problem. This is why we have someone like Trump trying to exert or put in place unitary executive. Congress can do its job. It's just that the electorate is not forcing them to do it.
Okay, I mean, yeah.
Now, it may be pie in the sky. Like I said, the older I've gotten, the more an institutionalist I've become, especially when it comes to the Constitution. It may be too much to expect, but there are ways to do it if Congress did its job. And part of the reason we have problems with the administrative state is Congress was too willing in the past to delegate its authority and consequently too lazy or reluctant to take some of that authority back. And it's a theoretical argument. I agree, but I'm going to hold fast to how things should work versus how things are working.
Yeah.
My contention is that nobody is willing to fucking enforce the way things ought to be. Okay, Trump is not doing things the way they ought to be done. He is doing it the Trumpian way. And speaking of your point earlier about people actually not understanding how things work, this habeas corpus thing that they want to get rid of, you do realize that getting rid of habeas corpus, it makes it easier for you to do it with U.S. citizens as well.
Right.
It's a slippery slope, and
Right.
anybody who's jumping at the opportunity or endorsing Trump, basically unilaterally getting rid of habeas corpus. By the way, Lincoln did it, but it was illegal back then, and Congress eventually gave him the authority to do it. It's not something a president can or should do. But you could at least argue there was a shooting war when Lincoln did it.
I mean, he wasn't the only one that did it.
I don't care about that. Lincoln is the one who, I guess you could also say Adams did it, with the Alien Enemies Act and the Sedition Acts. I don't care about that. The direct parallel for habeas corpus that, is most recent is Lincoln. I don't think Trump should be doing that because it's a slippery slope. There are already rumors that he's going to take U.S. citizens who are incarcerated and send them to third countries, which I think is just blatantly that's outrageous.
Yeah, but there's always rumors about this or that. I mean,
Okay, well, rumors in Trump, you can never tell when he's serious and when he's not. I guarantee you, this is a rumor that at least makes sense and is doable. Trump is creating a lot of slippery slopes. That's my point. People are not really understanding the ramifications of some of the things either he's rumored to do or has done. I think Doge, slippery slope, the way he wants to handle the administrative state, where they're not really making cuts, they're just not spending money appropriated. That's not the same thing as a cut. People don't seem to understand their basic civics.
Okay, all right. I mean, I can put forth arguments, but it's like I remember when Ulysses S. Grant he suspended habeas corpus for the Ku Klux Klan because of the killings that they were involved in, and I can make the argument. I can make the argument. I can make the argument that there have been gangs that have come over the border that have killed way more people than the KKK have ever had.
I don't really care about that argument because I wouldn't endorse suspending habeas corpus for Klan members either.
Yeah, but I'm saying what occurred, not what you would, not what you.
And again,
law what happened.
That's really irrelevant to my point. What occurred? I'm saying what occurred should not have occurred. I would not.
But I'm not stating from the argument with you. I'm stating this is something that could be argued in the courts because the courts go by.
And you know what? If I were the judge, I would say don't even bring it up.
Yeah, but you can't. You have to because it's part of law. It happened.
The part of law. What part of law says presidents can suspend habeas corpus?
The part of law that shows that it happened.
No. What you're pointing out is a law that was broken, authority that was taken extra constitutionally. That's actually what you're pointing out.
Oh, okay.
Congress can do it, and the president can sign it. That is it. I might not agree with it, but it is legal.
Oh man.
No, Lou, actually that's not a discussion I would even bother entertaining. You should not legislate, you should not govern via slippery slope. I wouldn't even entertain that discussion.
What's that?
So Lou says the slippery slopes were there before we got there. Is he making it worse? That's another discussion. I don't think they're slippery slopes. If they weren't natural slippery slopes, okay. I think the slippery slope was either created or maintained when they made these asylum laws so liberal. And I know they're UN. I don't understand the international law or the immigration law. I'm by no means even a law expert. What I am saying is that the asylum laws and the refugee laws are a little bit too liberal. They need to be addressed because even if you deport them all, there's still an invitation there for people to take the risk. Hey, if I get here and I make it across somehow the border, if I walk somewhere and declare asylum, they're going to at least take me seriously for a few days or weeks or years or what have you. That may not be from this point forward, but I still think the laws need to be changed because at some point, Trump's not going to be MAGA's going to go the way of the Tea Party at some point. And this problem is going to happen again. Remember, Reagan granted a path to citizenship back during his administration kind of got rid of the problem, and then it just over the decades became a problem again. He didn't solve it. He just kind of remedied it. He didn't cure the disease. And I think Trump is doing the same thing. It's a mistake that we're repeating.
Do you believe that one person can solve it?
I think that people can. I think Trump could solve it, but his methods are just extra constitutional.
How do you believe?
I think what he could do. I think what he could do is lobby the majorities he has in Congress currently to reform the law. I think he could get that through.
So you believe that the portion, because you would need to get a portion of the Dems in the House.
You know what?
The Senate,
and you know what?
You would
hammer those Democrats if they don't do what's best for the country.
Hammer them how?
I, as a Democrat, would have no problems with those asylum laws being addressed.
Hammer them.
I don't have a problem with. Hey, you know what? These people are basically anti-American. Okay, what's best? What's best? No. Let me finish, please. What's best for the country doesn't seem to enter into their decision making. Now, of course, especially the House of Representatives, they, in theory, have to reflect what their direct electorate wants. So, Democrats have to, or at least in theory, have to represent their districts. So they may not have a choice in opposing that sort of thing. But I can't imagine. I can't imagine that anybody would not support, hey, we need to have these laws reflect the reality. There's nothing wrong with amending laws to address current situations.
Okay, just to show you I would say, to me, the ridiculousness of what you're stating. The Dems fought against the Lake and Riley law.
Who gives a fuck?
And that's what I mean, because that's
no, seriously,
that is directly connected.
Seriously, it is a horrible argument. Just because they voted.
Connected to what we're talking about.
Dude, calm down. You're not scoring the points you think you are. Just because they voted against the Lake and Riley Act, I don't know exactly why they did. Maybe there was a good reason. Does not mean that is not the dude. That is not the same thing as immigration reform.
It's direct. It's ancillary to it.
Okay. See, that's exactly. It's ancillary equals it has nothing directly to do with it. That's what ancillary means.
Oh my God. Okay.
So thank you for confirming my point. Again, don't basically confuse the two issues. They're related, but not the same.
What I'm saying is if a person would not go for a law that is supposed to protect citizens against undocumented immigrants, why would they vote for a law to stop undocumented immigrants from coming in?
I don't see the point you're trying to make here. Fixing the asylum and refugee laws to reflect the current reality on the ground is not even necessarily protecting citizens. You don't have to frame it that way. Let's just say it's an open invitation these laws are giving. Let's not have open invitations. You don't even have to bring protection into it.
But that's what I'm saying is the majority of the people that are Team Blue state that the invitation should always be there, because they will state that
I don't think it's a majority at all. I disagree with that.
It is a majority by far.
Okay, dude, you need citation needed. I don't think it's the majority of Democrats.
Okay.
So let's get back to fun and games with Mr. Brave here. again, the title of this show, Insane Stanley Quotes and Some Catching Up. So just want to see what he says is so insane. Where we are now is I made a comment about, which has nothing to do with with Be Brave's commentary on Black culture. I don't even remember why I brought it up this morning. My main point was that whether Be Brave can figure this out or not, crime correlates to poverty and population density. And my point is that, you create pressure cookers in these inner cities between stacking people on top of each other in these high-rise hoods or, into these housing projects, and they're poor too. Yeah, crime is going to correlate with that. So I don't know why he has such a problem with it. I think his problem is that he says, hey, if you put white people in the same conditions, they're not going to shoot up the streets. I guess maybe you're right, but I don't buy into his culture, his culture critique at all. I think it's inherently racist. I think you could not even involve culture and still the stats would back up poverty, especially in population density, correlate with crime. I'm not saying they're causal. I'm saying they correlate. So there's something there.
Hey, Chris, I'm wearing my fuck black culture mask, KKK mask. It's my way of saying fuck what black culture thinks. KKK may have been one thing, but guess what? So who cares? And again, Chris, I hide my ugliness with this.
It's redneck multitasking.
Yeah, Stanley was saying, when you have a bunch of people in a small geographical area stacked on top of each other, oh God, it's so horrible. And they are poor, all the humanity. You are going to have high crime. Okay, all the sobbing and shit I added. Stanley wasn't actually sobbing and crying. But this time you added, and they are poor. Well, and again, I'm saying there's no there's no poverty in America. No, these kids that are doing this crime you see on the screen, no. I guarantee you they're well fed. House, running water, plumbing, heat, air conditioning.
Okay, let me stop right here. Okay, basically, there is poverty in the U.S. What he wants to do is some relativity argument. There is no poverty in the U.S. because there are other places in the world that are poorer. That's his argument. And you know what? Basically, a denial of reality is what he's doing here. And then the other thing he's doing is he somehow or another thinks my argument is some defense or it's pro-black or something. Those are facts. The stats, just like he wants to talk about stats, those studies, those stats back me up. That's the wonderful thing about stats is you can have stats on both sides of an argument. What Be Brave is trying to do is justify his racist attitude towards black people and black culture. Lest I remind everybody, or I should remind everybody, he thinks black culture, in quotes, is basically destroying America. I literally think that he's being hyperbolic and it's racist. You may agree with me, you may not, but I don't see my argument as pro-black. I think it's pro-reality. And you know what? The man behind the mask is not fucking facing reality of his own flawed argument. I'm not even sure he understands my argument. I'm pretty sure he understands his argument, though. That is rare. He understands he's being racist. He just wants to not use the term. So fundamentally, there are some premises that he doesn't buy outright. There's some premises of his that I don't buy outright. That's why we are going back and forth like this. I literally think that the suggestion that I am pro-black or excusing crime in the inner city, that's really where he wants to go with this. Because I state facts, he thinks I'm making an excuse, and that's just totally retarded. I'm just saying, hey, where I'm going with this is the reason these problems persist is because people like Be Brave insist on racializing crime. It's black crime, therefore black people need to fix it. And I think racializing crime like that, historically and currently, is not going to solve the crime problem in the inner city or anywhere else. You can either agree with me or not. I don't give a shit, but I have thought about this for years. It's where I come out on it. The minute we start viewing the inner cities as part of America and an American problem, that's when we'll be taking the first steps to solving the issue that Be Brave wants to racialize.
Yeah, I
So
don't know.
you can either agree with me or not. I don't really care. I've at least thought about it.
Yeah, I think either way, I could take either one of you guys' position, and my solution would be the same. So, like, if you racialize the crime, my solution is the same. If you state, "Oh, okay, it's an American problem, it needs to be looked at it from that position," my position is the same.
Well, I think racializing it though you would propose a solution. Okay, what Be Brave wants to do, and I'm kind of inferring here, so maybe it's my problem, maybe it's my mistake, but what he wants to say is, hey, black people, y'all need to go to your brethren in the inner city and instill some force or whatever it takes to solve the problem. Black people, you need to go into these inner cities because it's a black culture problem. You need to go fix it. And I don't think
my
I
answer
don't
is
think
no.
well, my answer is it's not our responsibility. It is the locality's responsibility to fix it. And I don't really care whether they racialize it or not. But to have some fucking Yosemite Sam motherfucker telling me that it's my responsibility or black people in general's responsibility, I find it offensive just for the racist overtones.
Yeah, I mean,
And I will push back at will, when it crosses my mind to do so.
Yeah.
Hey, Helen. Hey, Broke Genius.
Who is Miss Haynes?
She is Helen Haynes. She is a friend of the channel, friend of the shows, just an all around good person.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. Well, I'll let you continue with your.
Yeah, this isn't going to go on long. I didn't even know. I just happened to. I was going to look for a couple videos I was intending on showing and saw that he was going live with this. And anytime he calls me insane, I want to see what the error of my ways might be.
There is and I know you probably can't do it today because you've probably been gone for quite some time, but I would like to review one of those Frank Zanu videos with you.
Frank Zappa, I was never a fan. I don't hate him. I had friends in high school who were Zappa fans. I just never got into it.
No, not Zappa.
I can't hear you. Oh, I see you're muted. Probably got some background noise there. So So we'll until SKC comes back, we'll go ahead and view this. Anybody, if you want, hit the links. They're pinned. I'll be up for a little while longer. I got a late start this morning, but I don't want to go too long because I do have some things to do. Let's see, what has he got here? Oh, Frank Anu. We'll see if we get to this. He put a link in the back for me. Let's see, what time is it? It's not that late. You know, I definitely don't want to go any longer than midday Eastern time. So we have a little bit of an hour and a half, or a little bit less than that, to play around with. You're not missing much, J-Dub.
Yeah, it was a Xanu.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with him.
Yeah,
Give us some background.
Well, I forget who it was who forwarded this guy to me. But a lot of his views, I don't know. I agree with. But I find him interesting, and particularly as a an African, and some of his.
Oh, you know what? I think I have seen him before.
Particularly with his interaction.
Yeah, I have
Black
seen
Americans.
him interviewed on another show. I think it was him, or someone with the same phenotype. Which I'm going to sound like. I'm going to sound like. Be brave if I start talking phenotypes, right?
You gonna do the bumps on the skull as well?
What is Deacon Dave says? Go till 1 p.m. fasting and can't eat till 1. What does that have to do with me going till 1 p.m.? Oh, you mean your lunch break or something? No idea what that means. So yeah, we'll take a look at it. I think I have seen him before, but not on his show. But yeah, as a matter of fact, now that I know a little bit more about him, I definitely want to what is he saying here? Stop lying, Stanley. You know you don't know that man. Just lying to be lying. Let me ask you a question, because a lot of Dolomite and these guys are people, you know, who are your in your well, you know them. Why the fuck do people think I'm lying? I mean, people like when I say, for instance, that I don't think there is a intrinsic or genetic problem with black people per se. Yeah, every group, every genetic haplogroup or whatever you want to call it, I don't even know if that's the right term. Everybody has, you know, it's not an equal world. Groups, a lot of what people get good at, it's not so much genetics as much as heritage. You know, in the say, you know, back in England, people would be called Cooper or Carter. You know, there would be these trades that get passed down generation to generation to a point to where, you know, your family name might be an occupation, carpenter, etc. So, you know, that third generation might be excellent at carpentry because it's something that their great grandparents were doing, or great grandfather was doing. So, would you say that, hey, you know, carpentry is in their genes? Maybe you could make that argument, but I'd be much more willing to pin most of that on culture or nurture.
Yeah.
My
I think
point,
it's more like a family tradition, you know.
right? More to the point, though. Why do people think I'm being dishonest when I express my opinion? You know, I'm not fucking 25. I'm 60. I've had years to think about some of these positions. And talking politics and culture, this is not my first time doing it in my 60 years. I started watching William F. Buckley like in 8th grade. So I've been kind of in and out of, you know, thinking about politics since I was a preteen. So what's in it for me to lie? The truth is much more fun.
Yeah.
It's,
I don't know.
especially in the John Galt sphere. Speaking my truth, it just riles some people up, which is fun.
Uh-oh.
But no, seriously. And I actually am genuinely interested in your opinion. Why do people think like, hey, this guy looks familiar. I might have seen him on another show. Why would I be lying about that?
I don't know. I think sometimes I know this has happened to me where I've been on so many different panels and involved in conversations over the years that sometimes I have had interactions with people, but I honestly, I guess they were so uneventful that I don't even remember,
Right. Well, that to that point, I get it, but the only reason I'm bringing it up is it happens a lot in this space. People will go, "Well, Stanley, you're not being honest with yourself." Like, how can a 60-year-old not be honest with himself? I've had 60 years to think about it.
Well, I don't know. I think you would make that argument to Brave.
Oh, no. Brave is being honest with himself. Well, you're right. Hold on. I don't think he is being dishonest with himself. I think he is just kind of being fancy. He knows he's a racist, but it doesn't look good if you come out and just say, I'm a racist. I don't care about your skin color. I care about your culture. Well, it just so happens that not 100%, but there is some it's almost like saying black skin or dark skin, copper skin is synonymous with culture. Okay, he sidesteps, he gets all eely or oily about it.
Or some would call it self-delusion.
He knows what he is. He just doesn't want to say what he is. So maybe maybe I should use the word he's just dishonest. He wants to present himself as some highfalutin culturalist. That's his word, which, by the way, has already been taken for some other purpose in academia. But no, I think he's outright racist. I think he knows he's racist. I just don't think he wants to present himself. So it is conscious, the decision he's making on his presentation. You can be an altruistic racist. That's also called paternalism, Lou. Back in the day when there were anti-slavery societies, those people they were altruistic, but they were also racist. Their form of ending slavery also involved getting them the hell out of here. So yeah, altruistic racist. I prefer paternalist. That way it's one word versus two.
Tomato. I think the argument of the abolitionist and throwing them all as they wanted to get rid of black people.
Oh, no. I'm not saying all abolitionists were that way. I'm saying that some of the anti-slavery societies were altruistic. They were also racist. They didn't think black people were equal. They just didn't think they should be slaves. Thomas Jefferson's a good example. He didn't think blacks and whites would ever get together. Coexist. He actually thought, at least partially, that there would be retribution if we ever let these people free because we've been assholes to them. That wolf by the ears. You can't hold him, but you can't let him go. That quote. In a letter or something. So anyway, let's go on with this.
Out in front of their apartment buildings. They're not living in 80-story Cabrini and 20-story Cabrini Greens. By the way, when Cabrini Greens was made in Chicago some 80 years ago, it was a lot of white people lived there, and it was said to be very, very nice.
Okay, it was well. Let me stop it right here, and I tend to want to let things play through instead of stopping them every sentence. that is based on something somebody said in your chat. I saw that recently. You know, somebody's mother said there used to be a lot of white people living in some of these tenements or projects or whatever you want to call them. One thing to note, I read somewhere that, or not read, but somebody put in the chat that, you know, once feminism hit and some of these white mothers in the projects could go to work, they all moved out. Well, yes, they did white flight. That is literally, there's a book and I can't think of the name of it, but yeah, once these people could afford to move away, black people started moving in, or maybe, you know, it coexisted and there was white flight. But I don't think, I think he has an argument. I just don't think it's a good argument. Really has nothing to do with white people in the past living there. That's kind of a presentist argument. You could make the argument that you know, during slavery, blacks were pretty, you know, pacified. You can make any argument of that sort of racist sort of argument. You know, they're so malleable. So comparing Cabrini Green, which I don't think is even there anymore, comparing the 70s and 80s to white people living back there in, I don't know, the 50s, 40s or 50s, I think that actually just I think that has a very limited shelf life.
Folks, it's not being stacked on top of each other. As I've said before, the reason he said, and they are poor in this quote, stacked on top of each other, and they are poor, he threw that in there to make sure it's so.
Yes, motherfucker, I threw that in there to improve the argument, to make the argument a little bit more hard to blow away, which you haven't done yet, by the way. You're just saying when whites lived there, it was less violent. Maybe they weren't as poor as the blacks who moved in. As soon as the women got, you know, work, they were able to move out. So, I don't know. I just find, you know, these sorts of arguments of limited value. He's not all wrong, but you know, it's not really has nothing to do with my argument, to be honest.
So he didn't leave that out like he did the first time he said this some months ago. And they are poor, stacked on top of each other, and they are poor. Because, you know, my example was, you do realize very successful people live stacked on top of each other all over.
Are you muted, Stanley?
Oh, I'm sorry. Be Brave won't come up on my panel making these sorts of arguments because I'll interrupt him and shit on him. He wants a timer and he wants to be able to say what he wants to say uninterrupted. Not how I run my panel. You better fucking believe in your arguments and you better know your arguments if you're going to come up here. And Be Brave, he's afraid. He needs a timer. He needs a moderator. If I go and he doesn't want me on his panel at all, because nope, I'll interrupt you.
Did you say that Be Brave is afraid?
Yes. He needs a timer. He needs to be able to say what he wants to say uninterrupted. And I don't run my panel with a timer. I do run it like a host. I want to let me address this right quick because I don't have a what is this? I don't even remember. A Twitch. There's a guy in the chat from Twitch or person in the chat from Switch. I don't have a Switch account, so I can't respond directly. So I'll just do it verbally. Thomas Jefferson loved a black woman. We have no idea if he loved her or not. That's basically what you're reading into it. There's no documentation to support that. It appears he did. She wasn't a woman when they got together. She was 14 years old. So I could also make the argument by today's standards, Thomas Jefferson was a pedophile. Would you support that interpretation? Also, funny enough, his father-in-law, Martha Wales' father, Martha Wales was the maiden name of Martha Jefferson. He, quote, loved a black woman too. That black woman was the mother of Sally Hemings. Supposedly Sally Hemings looked a lot because Martha Jefferson and Sally Hemings were half sisters. So supposedly she looked a lot like Martha Jefferson. So, that might have been part of it too. He never remarried after Martha Jefferson died. So there's no proof that Thomas Jefferson loved a black woman. That is feelings versus facts. So you were going to say something, SKC?
No, not at all. I think.
Okay, Lou, God damn it. Why do you morons keep up not listening to what I say? I didn't say crime is linked. That's basically what I said is it correlates. There's no direct connection. That has not been made. I did not say that. I'm saying it correlates. If they're linked, that implies causation. We all know that causation has not been proved. I wish people would stop and start listening to what I say. Sorry, SKC. And what does Gorp say? For the first time in history, all of human knowledge is available at our fingertips, and yet some old racist white dude is what you choose to explore the daily. Gorp, I can motherfucking do what I want to do on my show. That's my reply. And if you notice in the title, it says Insane Stanley quotes. That's why I'm taking an interest in it today. So that's the best reason I can apply. It was Sally Hemings, roller skater, who happened to be Martha Jefferson's half sister. So, anyway, too bad. Maybe I'll have to get one of these days. I'll have to get a Twitch account. I have Amazon Prime. I'm sure I have access to Twitch. I've just never needed an account.
All over the planet in apartments, and they're not committing crime. So he had to throw in, and they are poor.
By the way, Gorp, there's a tangent to my point I just made. I actually think that Be Brave is not particularly a threat, or it is kind of my personal thing. Whenever he puts my name in, I'm always curious to know what he thinks I'm saying is insane. But I actually think the anti-black blacks are a bigger problem in the black community than white racists are. So to an extent, I agree with you. Be Brave as a racist is fairly harmless. I much more think that John Galt is a bigger problem in the quote black community than Be Brave. So you have a kernel of a point there.
And to that I add again, there's no poverty in America, so why throw that in? In other words, there's no reason for this crime.
Now see, he's presenting his opinion as fact. There is no poverty in America, he contends, because he's making a relativist argument to other parts of the world. If you ever watch Be Brave's show, he'll put up some, video clip of somewhere in India, where the poverty is abject. and say, hey, compared to India, Americans don't have poverty. I don't really care about other parts of the world when I talk about poverty in America. I'm comparing America to Americans. So, yes, by American standards, there is poverty. Be Brave needs to just fucking deal with that. And again, he is also a cultural supremacist. If he admits that there's poverty in the US, that blows apart his white supremacist argument that white culture is the end all and be all of human existence. So you'll never have me say, because I do say that sometimes, to be honest, I don't know if he understands his arguments. Sometimes it seems he does, sometimes it seems he doesn't. He kind of goes back and forth. I'm thinking he knows if he admits there's poverty in the United States, then that pokes a hole in that cultural supremacist argument he wants to make. At other times, I don't think he understands, because he'll also say that rich white people prefer to live around white trash versus poor blacks. I don't know that that's necessarily true. I don't think rich people want to live around poor people regardless of their color. So they no more want to live around white trash than they do black trash. So I'm not sure he understands what white culture is. They sent people from the workhouse or the poorhouse in England over to Virginia as indentured servants. They did not want to live around poor, poor Anglo-Saxons. They shipped their asses off to Australia and Virginia and other places. What makes him think that rich white people want to be around poor people at all? That kind of defies history.
Crime. Other than, because Stanley says, funny, all other than to come to the conclusion, and Stanley thinks he has the conclusion. He says, funny, these people think all these black areas seem to have high crime. There must be something wrong with the people. Yeah, that's what we think, Stanley. Yeah, it's not poverty. There's something wrong with the fucking people.
And and let me stop here. Number one, he doesn't tell us exactly what's wrong with the people. I think his reply would be the culture. And he might even go as far as to say it's genetics. I don't think there's anything wrong with black people. So we fundamentally disagree there. So he thinks there's something wrong with black people. I do not. I don't see, there's no bridging that gap.
Now, he said it sarcastically, but yeah, there's something wrong with the fucking people because there's no poverty here. We know there's low income and people struggle,
this motherfucker wants to base his argument on a fallacy. Okay, there is poverty in America. That's why you can go to any economic, system of measuring wealth. There are poor people, there are rich people, there are middle class people. There is such a thing as a poverty line, and it exists. Now it could be conceptual. If you want to compare American poverty to Indian poverty, Americans look rich. It's such a relativist argument that people who want to follow that logic, you're more than welcome to it. But I'm not going to sit here and I shit on his relative, his economic relativism.
Duh. There's no poverty here, folks. There's no poverty to cause crime. Crime correlates with poverty.
Motherfucker, again, nobody's making the claim that poverty causes crimes. Once again, maybe he doesn't understand the difference between correlate and cause. I doubt that, but sometimes I don't know whether he understands that or not.
Again, crime correlates with poverty. Yes, it does. Where there's real poverty, yeah, you could probably get pissed off in a third world country if you take one of your children to get a fucking broken arm fixed, and instead of really giving you a sling and really tending to it, they give you some painkillers and wrap it with some.
Why does he insist on being a globalist here? Okay, I'm a domestic policy guy. I don't care what goes on in India, not that much. So he wants to be all global because he says he's some sort of socialist. So maybe he's a globalist too. I am not. Believe it or not, me and MAGA kind of agree on this. I put America first. I only care to the extent that I care greatly about domestic policy. I don't compare America to other countries because I don't think there is a comparison. I am not there. There's a field of sociology, I think it is, that talks about comparative culture. I am not that. I don't think you can compare cultures one to one like some academics do. There are people who do comparative democracy, where they want to compare Indian democracy to Western democracies, etc. Because the Indian Constitution is largely based on the American Constitution. They follow our Supreme Court and our legal system closely. India does. I have friends who, have direct connections to India. I don't compare cultures. I try not to do that because I think you can only do it so far. I don't think that you can make these one-to-one comparisons and really resolve any problems, rhetorical or otherwise. It's actually actually these culture comparisons are just a form of whataboutism, in my opinion. Cultural whataboutism.
And send you home and,
I disagree.
And wish you good luck on getting your arm fixed.
With what? Whataboutism? Cultural whataboutism?
Cultural comparisons. I think they're necessary.
I'm not a fan of that. I think they're, they only go so far. And for what I do, for my politics, they're pretty much useless, especially if you're America first. I don't particularly find comparing to other countries, especially if it's assumed, and I do sometimes assume that America leads the way. The only comparisons I like to make, for instance, would be something like an education system where we used to be number one and now we're not. I will go, well, hey, why are we number 20 when we used to be number one? That I'll accept those sorts of comparisons. But if America is supposed to be leading the way, and for decades we did, America is singular. That is probably the only thing a MAGA person and I would agree on.
Yeah, I just think that as a matter of necessity when it comes to law and politics, cultural comparisons are a necessity. You can't have international law, you can't have foreign policy, you can't have social policy, especially when people that are within Congress are having debates and mentioning the cultures of other nationalities.
And I would never agree with that sort of, even in Congress. We just don't. I don't find utility in those arguments.
I'm just saying that those arguments are foundational to America itself. When people bring up the idea of,
and I disagree with you.
When you have people that bring up the ideas and have books have things within law that speak of multiculturalism.
Okay, well, hold on. I don't. No. I should be more specific. I don't mind if you're doing some sort of historical, like evolution, like a lot of American law is based on British law. I don't have problems with those sorts of comparisons. I'm talking modern day.
Okay. So
and like I said, you find utility. We'll never agree on this. I don't find the utility that you do in comparative cultures. Now, you got an anthropology background. I'm not going to be able to argue you from that point. I'm not going to be able to convince you. I'm not going to even bother. I just don't find the utility that you might.
Well, I mean, like I stated, if you can see the utility in it when it comes to past things, well, our
Well,
president is going
I
to
don't
be on
even know
track.
that it's utility. That Supreme Court case where they go back and talk about Blackstone, or to be honest, I wouldn't do that, but they do. I guess if they can't find what they're looking for in American law, they'll go back deeper. If you're making a history or historical point, because of evolution, it went from, this sort of idea about law to a present day, I could stomach that kind of comparison. It's not
Yeah,
comparing India of today to America of today. And maybe I'm inarticulate in presenting this. I don't think comparing in 2025 American culture to Indian culture, I think it only goes so far.
I'm just saying that it's not only useful, it happens every day. Heck, we had that during COVID-19 when I recall hearing arguments on about the disease, about how Japan's mask wearing culture versus US, and there's been arguments about within the education system, Finland education system
Well,
versus
maybe you misunderstand me. I'm not saying you can't make the arguments. I'm saying you shouldn't.
Well, I'm saying that not only that they should, but policy was built upon those comparisons.
And you know what? Look at how the mask argument came out. We're not Japan. Japan's, and I remember vaguely reading about this sort of comparison. Asian culture tends to be a lot more regimented. People are a lot more willing to accept authority than Americans are. And I think that was borne out in where we are today with masks. That cultural comparison blew up.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it happens,
Okay,
and it
if
and
the
it and it and
argument
it
was,
moves
hey,
policy.
if the argument was, hey, Asians do it, to me, that's whataboutism. What about the Asians? It blew up.
You can paint it however you want to.
Oh, I plan on doing just that.
Yeah, the only argument that I'm making is that cultural comparisons, whether one wants to accept them or not, are used in our daily lives and are used
Right.
within
And did
government
you did
to
you
make
hear
policy.
did you
Now whether
hear
now
my
whether that
main
now whether
point?
that is good.
Apparently you were away and you didn't hear everything I said. I know that it's done. I'm saying they shouldn't.
Yeah, I'm not arguing whether it's
Okay, no,
yeah.
what you want to do is just argue. Okay, I know that people do it every day. I know that people find utility in it. I'm not one of those people, is my point.
Okay, yeah, I do.
Fixed. Yeah. Or in a third world country where you gotta spend your day worrying about feeding your family as opposed to, like, keeping your water on, and because they have no running water. So you spend your day worrying about feeding your family. Yeah, that could probably piss people off. That's poverty. Do I need to go to a picture of Jakarta or Mumbai or Kenya or Nigeria?
See,
The best refineries, one of the
here is the perfect example of cultural comparison really just being Looney Tunes.
Okay,
What? Most people in America have no idea what Jakarta is. This argument just does not work for me.
I to a certain degree I agree with some of what you're stating, but to me I don't understand how you don't laugh at the Democratic Party then, because I mean they are users of such arguments to the extreme.
Well, let me ask you a question. When have you ever heard me say what is it? What's the saying? Vote blue no matter what, something to that effect.
Oh yeah, no, no,
I
no, no,
know,
no, no,
I
no.
know you've heard me criticize Democrats a lot.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
maybe you ought to hang out more often.
Yeah.
I think right now the Democrats are feckless. They are lost in their wilderness, and it's been over 40 days.
It's
They
like
have some issues, but
it's like it's like
we're
a
not
great
talking Democrats and Republicans either.
yeah. But
Really.
all I'm saying is a great majority of their arguments are based in cultural comparisons. I mean, it's like
And
every
that
other
is
country
why
has universal health care.
that is
Germany
why
offers free
okay,
college.
okay. Well, no. I think America should not offer I'm
Look at
sorry,
the gun
should
deaths in
offer.
Japan. These are things that they say.
Right. And the point about Europeans, because America used to have free college. So that's not that far a stretch. What I want to say is that I find a lot of problems with Democratic arguments. America first is why Trump is in office now. Because Democrats there were some things where they deviated from their historical base, and they also deviated from democracy, though at the time I thought it was the right decision as far as the primary for Kamala went. I thought it was the right decision at the time, and I still think it's the right decision. However, I've been proven, hey, you may still have your opinion, but it blew up. There are plenty things that Democrats do that they've deviated from and or shouldn't do that they do. So nobody's going to deny that. If they're making these cultural relativist-ish sort of points, I wouldn't do that. And I would find fault if they do it. Of course, there are always exceptions. Maybe it would make sense in certain contexts, but I can't think of one.
Yeah, my major argument is that you could hardly find a Democratic policy that isn't based on cultural comparisons, that doesn't have cultural comparisons baked into their argumentation.
You mean internally or internationally?
The entire group, the entire DNC.
Okay, listen to my question. Are they comparing Americans, like facets of American culture, to other facets of American culture? Are they doing international, like India to United States? Is that what Democrats are doing?
I think they're doing both, but I would say the majority is international.
You'd have to name a policy because I can't think of one.
Oh wow!
No, I know that there's a lot of internal American culture sort of comparisons. I'll have a problem if you do it internal to American culture, because American culture has many facets. If you want to compare Appalachia to the inner city, I don't really have a problem doing that. But if you want to compare Appalachia to, Scotland, there's ancestry there. I would have a problem with comparing Appalachia to, contemporary Scottish poor people. I don't think that's particularly a useful comparison. Now, the historical comparison, the history of it, the ancestry, I find that may be useful depending on context.
When they were making their Affordable Care Act arguments, they were making comparisons to Canada, France, Germany.
Oh, that's right, Sweden. Yeah,
so forth. When they make
now, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you think I would approve of that?
No, that's why I'm going through multiple policies.
I think you point out correctly. Comparing Norway or Sweden or something to American culture is ridiculous. Swedish culture, Norwegian culture, Scandinavian culture is a lot more homogeneous than America. It's a lot more of a homogeneous demographic. I don't find those comparisons useful. Yes, Democrats did it, much to their detriment.
Yeah, but that's how they sold it. When it came
Okay,
to the
which part of I agree with you can't you understand?
no, I'm okay. Correct. When it came to the free and affordable college, they make the same arguments. They bring in other
Now
countries
there
that are
is
doing more ways
history
Sweden, Denmark, Scotland,
there is history
but they don't use the
of
history
free.
that you're talking
Okay,
about.
okay. Well, then that is to their detriment.
Okay,
Maybe if they made a historical argument, we'd have it.
Right.
Okay, I'm not saying Democrats make good arguments. I've never said that.
When it comes to parental leave and childcare, they do the same thing. When it comes to gun control, they do the same thing. When it comes to climate change and green energy, they do the same thing. When it comes to criminal justice reform, they do the same thing. When it comes to
Let me ask you.
immigration
I know
policy,
you
they
think.
do the
I know
same
you
thing.
think. I know you think you're landing punches, but I'm dodging all of them.
No, you're
Let me
not
tell
dodging
you.
them.
Let
I'm
me
just saying
no.
what they
Let me
do.
tell you how. Let me tell you how. When have you ever heard me embrace whataboutism?
I'm not saying that.
No.
embrace
Answer my
whataboutism.
question. I'm not asking you what you're saying. I asked you a specific question. When have you ever heard me embrace whataboutism as a valid argument?
I don't recall.
Okay, because I don't. I abhor whataboutism. If you can't make an argument in and of itself, whataboutism just doesn't do it for me.
Correct, but these are central policies from the Democratic.
Okay. Well, let
side.
me ask you.
Central.
Let me ask you a question. Which one of those policies has been adopted? The arguments didn't work, is my point. Whataboutism does not work in American culture. We at least think ourselves to be singular. It's almost offensive to compare America to Sweden. I almost, as a black man, find it offensive.
Correct.
Sweden is not like America. The comparison is borderline offensive. The
Correct.
whataboutism of it is astounding.
Correct.
That's why we don't have those policies. Do better, Democrats.
Correct. So, which is why I believe that a lot of the argumentation that comes from that side, even when supposedly buttressed by academia, is feckless.
Right. Well, I'm not going to even bother taking you up on that bait. I told you my opinion of whataboutism. Whether it comes from academia or wherever it is, it's not the way I like to argue stuff. I don't know why you're just beating this dead horse.
Oh,
Let's go beat up on Be Brave.
I'm beating it because just in the same way that I can give it to Be Brave, I can give it to academia as well.
Well, good, but you're not giving it to me. So academia is not here to defend itself.
I don't think it could.
Running as countries in Africa that where 90 million Nigerians, half of the Nigerians have no electricity. Do I need to put those pictures up to make Stanley understand that there is poverty in the world?
I encourage you to put those pictures up so I can shit on you some more. Put those pictures up so SKC and I can talk about whataboutism again. God damn, this dude is dim.
But it's not here in the USA. This is what kills me. Let's look at this video right here. Okay, we'll do this. Hey, Bumpkin, I'm going to be rolling a little bit here, buddy, so hang on there. This is going to take about 10 more minutes. Oops. No, that wasn't what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do. There you go. Hold on, Bumpkin. Okay. So let's go over here.
Doesn't Bumpkin look handsome in that
These
picture?
are kids that. Oh, by the way, have you seen the pictures when I'm showing black men shooting up the streets, emptying 20?
I'll fast forward a little bit just to see if there's, now he's showing pictures of people jumping turnstiles. That's a John Galt tactic. Who gives a fuck is my response. Nothing to do with whatever it is I said that he finds insane. So I think we've probably gotten to a point. I'm sure he might have more to say, but I'm not particularly interested. You know, as soon as you start showing videos of places I don't live, I lose interest real fast. So let's have a look at your video here. So this is a guy named Frank Zanu. Is that his? I don't think that's his actual last name. Is that a nickname?
I'm not sure. I saw his LinkedIn, and that's what he has on his LinkedIn. So
What does he do?
he's a speaker of sorts, but he has been involved in several international projects, and but I mean, I would have to pull up his site and
Don't worry about it.
all that other stuff.
All right, so let's listen to him. The show is called the Zanu Project Rethink. You know, I'd love to have something called a rethink tank. Like, let's take some of these policies and rethink them. You know what? I probably should skip ahead through some of this music. Yeah, I have seen him before.
Okay.
Maybe it was his show. He's kind of a personality. And I forget who it was. He was debating some black radical guy on the Black Radical Guys joke and his show. The show was kind of a joke. I had like dreads and wearing one of those hats where you tuck your dreads up so it looks like a cat in the hat. Or I'm sorry, a Dr. Seuss type hat. You know, those tall hats in Dr. Seuss. So this guy was debating like a Rasta, very maybe he was even a black supremacist. So yeah, they were going back and forth. And quite frankly, the black supremacist guy, or the guy I suspect might have been a black supremacist, made toast out of Zanu. Zanu did not come off good in that particular show, but it wasn't his show; it was another show.
Yeah, forward that to me. I'd like to hear it.
I'd have to go back. I'll see if I find it. It'll be in my YouTube history. I didn't save it or anything because it was such a drubbing that. But I'll see if I find it.
Yes, and today I'm going to drop it on them so they
As
don't
a matter
even
of
know the
fact,
topic.
showing this, it may even come back up in my algorithm.
They don't know the subject yet. So please, and as I always say, subscribe, follow us, like us, love us, and leave your comments. Thank you. Hey, Amani, welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
And good to see you. All right. So here is it. You're going to listen to the narration, okay? And then I'm going to ask you guys to react. All right. So in 1991, there was a conference in France, right? And then the people who attended, at the end of the conference, the hosts, a Frenchman, decided to take 5 people to his house for dinner. And after dinner, he said, hey guys, I've been doing this for the last 10 years and I want to do it with you guys also. And he said, all right, I want each one of you to tell me what makes you proud. If you are from Europe, or you are English, you're from America, or you're from Asia, or whatever. What is it?
Here, let me address Mr. Brown here. I don't make excuses at all. As a matter of fact, I almost go the other way. I think we shouldn't even conceptualize Black America as a one big coast to coast community. I am very localized. I'm very pro people being responsible for themselves. I don't know if you've heard me, SKC, but I've literally, I know some people in the chat may have heard me. I literally think Black culture, such as it is as a concept, may need to be rebuilt from the ground up. I have said Black culture starts between your four walls. I've literally said that. That does not sound like making excuses. That sounds like we need to take this tiger by the tail and we need to rebuild it up as single families conceptually. And Black culture starts in your four walls. That doesn't sound like making excuses, Mr. Brown.
That makes you really proud that your ancestors left behind, that anywhere you go in the world, every corner of the world, you will see it. People have to rely on it every day. Either it's automobile, appliances, electronics, medical, you name it. And say it without blaming anybody. What is it? And so, of course, the American kid was the first to say, well, listen, I'm a 23-year-old American kid. I didn't even finish high school. But you see, everywhere I go in this world with this blue passport, referring to the American passport, I'm treated like a rock star because my ancestors built a country to represent or be the beacon of freedom and equality. And they mean it. America is the only country where its soldiers have gone out to die.
Michael Brown, another good point that I'll have to stop and address. Oh, my mouse just died. Stanley, I agree that we are different, but people will judge groups as groups. The Geechees have taken over as Black culture. I disagree with that. My mother's background is the Sea Islands of South Carolina. I don't think the Geechees have taken over Black culture. That's just, I don't even know where that's coming from.
I think he's making a movie reference. That's why I think he put it in the quotations. I think he's talking about Soldier Story.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even get that. I like I said, I as a matter of fact, Gullah, they make the term about Gullah Geechee. And when I was growing up, Geechee, like the Ogeechee River, it runs through Savannah. Geechee, Gullah and Geechee, in my opinion, nothing to do with each other. They're kind of two different subcultures, maybe the same, maybe not. Gullah is not the same. Geechees, I get it now. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that reference. But anyway, taken over as Black culture. I don't think Black culture is one thing. We are not a monolith. I think it's taken over in maybe the public's imagination. We can't fight against that now because they are the majority, as in 70%. The 70% number is bullshit. It's unquantifiable, cannot be proven empirically. Do better, Mr. Brown. And I also want to point out, judging by groups is at a minimum prejudice. I would be so far as in groups who are like be bravists, they're racist. So people should not judge individuals by groups. If they do, they are selling that person short. They're selling themselves short. Judging by groups is exactly what I'm against. And the thing is, if you're judging by groups, that is almost the same thing as basically saying you're making excuses. It's the opposite. If you are judging a group negatively, that is the opposite of making excuses. You're making an excuse for their bad behavior because the group does it. I find it a very weak argument, and I love shitting on bad arguments. Let's see, what else does he say? I've been to where you grew up, Stanley, and I say Geechee, I mean ghetto. We called ghettos ghetto. Now, I might be older. I'm 60. When I grew up in Savannah, Geechee might be something my mother would say. It wasn't something we were saying in high school or out on the basketball court. When we said ghetto, we basically said ghetto. I don't give a shit if you've been all over the USA. That reinforces my point. Blacks in Seattle are not like blacks in Atlanta. Stop making these sloppy arguments. The 70% argument is sloppy. And feel free to hit the link, Michael. You don't have to do it in the chat. I can shit on it in the chat. I can shit on it, up here on the panel. I think it's a sloppy argument. I don't think you should judge people by a group. You're thinking Gullah, I think, Free Zone. Okay, you're 64, and as a 60-year-old, we're kind of in the same age cohort. I still disagree with you.
For other people. Everybody who wants to be cool have to wear the New York Yankee baseball cap. Every kid in Southeast Asia or Africa have to be in a Levi jeans to be cool. Everybody thinks of America as the place to go if you want to just blow up. So for me, when I go out, people look at me not as me, but as America. And that makes me proud to be an American. The English boy said, well, what can I say? I'm an English boy. Today, over 50 countries in the world can speak a language, wear a suit because of my country. We are given the manifest destiny to civilize others. And the Queen was the most revered human being by these countries who are still very grateful that Britain is the reason they have electricity and they have this and they have that and they have that. And it went on and on. So what can I say? My name is William. I'm Anglican and I speak English. The Japanese said, well, I'm from Japan. There are 196 countries on earth. And in each of them, every 5 cars, 3 are Japanese. Every hospital in the world, equipment that has saved lives were built in Japan. Appliances in the kitchen. On and on and on. It's the most beautiful, well-organized, hard-working culture in Asia. We're not just Asians. We are very one of a kind. And that, when I travel as a Japanese, the way people treat me is because of what my ancestors have built in this world. It's what they are robbing off me. Now, if you are, since you are Black, and you are the last person in the room, what would you say about your ancestors that in today's world, from 6 a.m. to 12 midnight, this is what your ancestors left behind, that everybody have to rely on it just to make the day go by? What is it about your ancestors that makes you proud to be Black?
I mean, you still
I'm
have to
not
know
putting
where
you on the spot. I'm just
No, you're good. No.
Okay, let me deal with this dude one last time. Go to any major areas in the USA. Blacks are very, very similar in their antisocial behavior. We disagree. You and I fundamentally disagree. You're not going to make me agree. I think that I've often talked to people on panels in out on the West Coast. I'd be here, they're out on the West Coast. And oftentimes I would go, are y'all even Black? There are not too often. There are definitely similarities. There are some things that are the same, but there are also enough differences that, shit, if you just want to take a base example, LA, West Coast versus East Coast versus Southern, even the rap music style is different. Similar, very beat driven, but not the same. Your argument is sloppy, Mr. Brown. It's not something that I'll buy. And I will also say that back in the 1800s, during Du Bois's day, and E. Franklin Frazier is very good on this topic, there were class differences within the Black community, but I'm going to argue that the Black community, quote in quotes, was a lot more homogenous before the Great Migration, differences, and there were differences. However, there were more differences once the Great Migration from the South to destination cities started. So your argument just isn't convincing to me. There are similarities. There are some things that are exactly the same, but there are enough differences to where I just don't think you can judge coast to coast. I don't think there is a contiguous coast to coast Black community. And I've given this a lot of thought. As a matter of fact, I used to probably think more the way you do. I've recently, and being on the John Galt urban landlord experience, literally changed my mind from the way you think to the way I'm thinking now, mainly because of the type of borderline racist arguments that you're making in the chat here. You could argue, and I do argue, that is basically, a borderline racist statement, judging, people as a group. And I've given it long and hard thought.
No, you still
understand, right?
Yeah, but you still have to know where you come from, because as you
No,
said,
you just have to look at Africa, and if there's something there that people are really talking about.
Again,
Right.
this dude literally is saying you just have to look at Africa, and I choose not to. It's the sort of relativist argument that I just can't get behind.
A part of it.
well,
Just point to Africa and say, well, look at my continent where they took me from, or they took my great-grandparents. Look at what my ancestors there have done.
And to be honest, history buff that I am, I really don't think we could. We have lost Africa as an African American, or whatever you want to call the group. We have lost that. We lost it 150 years ago. Looking back to Africa now is more like Pan-Africanist nostalgia than anything else. And half the time when we look back at Africa, we get it wrong. We get the history wrong. We get the culture wrong. Wearing a dashiki is not African culture.
Interesting that you say this.
Why is it interesting? This is something I've thought for years.
I have to keep this in my back pocket for the future. But go ahead with Michael Brown.
Oh, keep it in your back pocket, because I don't think I deviate from that. When have I ever made some I don't even like culture comparisons. There is no African. There are fucking 54 or so countries in Africa, and they are not they're not homogenous. So I hope I don't deviate from that point of view. Let's see. I've read Warmth of Other Suns, but I get my eyes are not lying. Blacks have very similar is not the same. Okay, I look at his experiences in DC, Michael, and I look at where I grew up in Savannah in an all Black middle class neighborhood. I don't see the hood in DC is anything recognizable compared to how I grew up. All Black in Savannah, all Black in wherever it is John Galt lives in Southeast, not similar. That is exactly, sort of the underpinning of what I'm saying about the differences within the so-called Black community. You made my point for me. Thank you so much. And I read The Warmth of Other Suns. I also read Caste. She gets it more right in Warmth of Other Suns. She fucking, Caste was almost malpractice, cultural malpractice. So I love Isabel Wilkerson, but she's not an academic.
Beam, so you two are not the first to face this question.
Right.
I've done this for more than 15 years. I've done it with scholars in Kenya. I've done it with scholars in Tanzania.
Wow.
I've done it in many places. I've done it in different cities in the United States. And it's the same reaction.
Are you familiar with Pastor Manning? Is that Shredder? Can anybody tell me? I think that's Shredder. But anyway, I can't imagine Shredder being right about anything.
And I'm serious. This is not a topic to rile up any controversy. I'm black. If people get to know me, I'm blacker
But
than
see,
people
that's
who think they are
weird.
white.
I was always, and maybe somebody can tell me, I didn't think, according to what's her name? The writer. I'll think of her name in a minute. She didn't feel she was black until she got to the United States. So I'd be curious to know when he became black.
Right.
Because I'm connected to my history. So now you are Gen
And
Zs.
American blacks
Think, please.
don't really have
How do
the
you feel
ancestral
hearing me
history.
that not just you, not you, that even your brothers and sisters who came before you, just about 10 years older or 20 years older than you, that you walk this earth, and when this question comes up anywhere, you're not able to stand up in a room and speak like they did. Do you see where the anger comes from?
Yeah. It's frustrating.
Yeah, I can say the same. I feel like it's frustrating, and
Okay, maybe I've been too busy fussing to actually get the gist of what this is about. He's kind of incoherent to me. Can you summarize, SKC?
Sure. He's just basically stating that in this experiment of going through various cultures, that they can talk about the historical aspects of their ancestry and how it has affected the world. And now, when they are faced with that same dilemma, they don't have the ability to do that, and how in many instances this brings up more of a rebellious or anger style of reflection. And then I think he's going to build upon it from there.
Okay, that's absolute gobbledygook. Which, I mean, is he talking about American blacks, like legacy American blacks? I'll just call us that. What does that have to do with looking back to Africa?
Well, what he's saying is that the guy that's on the left, he is a Black American. I'm not sure about the woman on the right, but
Okay, is this where you getting this rebellion culture argument from?
no,
Culture of rebellion?
no. Like I stated, that idea was solely my own. I synthesized that myself. I actually saw this just a couple of days ago.
I see. Okay, well, now if he's saying that legacy Black Americans don't have a deep connection to Africa, I would agree with that. Maybe that's why we're rebellious. We don't, is that what he's saying? That, hey, you guys don't have like a African history or connection to kind of ground you?
Correct. And then he's going to go further into what they could ground themselves to, but what they don't want to ground themselves to.
Oh, okay. Well, let's that is worth knowing or hearing.
this goes back to
And the first thing this young man can do is take that fucking ring out of his nose.
why I did, ancestry type of looked into that lane. Because,
do Africans wear rings in their noses?
Even in school, when we go around, you introduce yourself, where you're from, all this other type of stuff, and when it gets around to you, you don't have an answer. You're like, well, I'm zero and I'm Black. Well, what does that even mean? So to not.
Okay, well, two things about that. That's why, one of the evidences I use as why I think America is just fundamentally racist. One of the many evidences. The first thing people will ask you is, what are you or where are you from? If you don't look like the phenotype they're expecting, or they can't place your phenotype. So where are you from? Maybe in his case, maybe they think he's from Africa. I'm from Georgia, wherever it is. Isn't that not? Is that not good enough?
I think
have a
that's
really
I think that I call
concrete explanation.
a foul on the play on that one. I think that that's just a part of American culture since its inception. When you had people from all over, the question of who you from, where you were, your people was just a normal thing because you had people that
Really?
were coming from. Yeah, I mean, heck, you.
That's my example of America being fundamentally racist. Why do you care? And number one, even if it's not, maybe if you disagree that it's evidence of America's like obsession with race and origin, it's just damn impolite.
Yeah, I disagree. I think knowing because I think that the major outside of the realm of black people, a lot of people actually take pride in their ancestry, and that is a way to
Right.
connect with other people. I've seen it
And
happen
I
even
think
to this
I
day.
think I think the root of that pride and ancestry, we probably need to stop being so obsessed with origin and race. Michael Brown is asking Stanley Cross, so if what you say is true, why do we as blacks have such a bad rep? I have no idea. I don't have a bad rep. I don't particularly care what people think about the group. And, you should literally, content of character versus color of skin or race or, other types of groupings. I think that you potentially make a mistake when you want to judge people by the group they come from. That's my answer. Why? Who gives a fuck if we are as blacks have such a bad rep? Black culture, maybe going forward, maybe we've made some mistakes in the past. Going forward, black culture needs to start within your four walls. Stop caring what white people think or what even other black people think. Start thinking for yourself. That's my answer.
And concrete sort of proud.
Okay. Michael, I've been in that group since the day I was born, but my grandmother used to say you can be in the ghetto, but you don't have to be of the ghetto. You can be in a group, but you don't have to be of the group. If you get my drift. So yeah, I'm in that group, and does it mean I have to act like the group, or does it mean I have to bow to stereotype or satisfy what some other person outside the group might think of the group? My answer is if I was caring about what other people thought of the group, I would have never become a naval officer. There weren't many black naval officers when I was in. If I was caring about what they thought, I would have done something else. So I guess that's the best answer I can give. So let's move on with this video.
And being black in America it is frustrating. I agree. It's frustrating.
And it's not just African American. Don't get me wrong. I did it. I started.
Michael, just hit the link. I'm not on a team. Can you not understand? I don't care what people think of the team because I'm not on a team. What? You don't have to be on the team. Hey, if I wear an Atlanta Falcons jersey, that doesn't mean I'm on the team. I might look like a Falcon, at least the jersey, but I'm not on the team. And no, I am not on the team. Even if you think I am, I don't think I am. I will not be lumped with some motherfucker who's shooting up a street in Chicago. I am not a Chiracian.
Oh man, these almost sound like cool words.
No, I think you can. I think.
Uh-oh.
I think
He
you
was on
can.
a.
I
I was.
think
You
you
were on a
can.
roll, Stanley. I couldn't. I didn't want to
Hey,
interrupt, man. But
but before
Okay,
Stanley,
I think you
before
can.
Stanley
I
jumps
think you
in,
can. I think
before
you can
Stan,
sound like a coon and not be a coon.
but just like, and that may be the case, but that's why I said these sound like coon words because
Look at this motherfucker. What does he mean? What I think is irrelevant? Who the fuck do you think is controlling my life? The group or me?
I think
Motherfucker, my life has not been a series of group decisions. What the fuck are you talking about, Michael? What I think is irrelevant. Well, goddamn. Too late now. I've been thinking for myself for at least 40 of these 60 years. The hell? Who's doing your thinking, son?
you think too highly of yourself, Stanley. They
Oh,
ain't gonna
yeah.
accept you over there with your big words and stuff.
with all them syllables,
Michael, you
you
know
be
what?
saying.
Michael, I thought I've seen you in the chat. No one has ever accused me of groupthink. Well, maybe, because I tend to be left at center, but I've never the group. Motherfucker, I am a group of one when I need to be.
That show sounds like coolish, man. Everybody
No,
needs
it
they
doesn't
group.
sound like it doesn't sound
Oh,
like the coons. It doesn't sound like the coons I hear. As a matter of fact, most of the coons I know care about what white people think. As a matter of fact, Michael Brown sounds like a coon. He gives a fuck. He gives a fuck what white people or whatever group of people think about black people. I don't
no,
give a
because
fuck.
in my estimation of it, the coons don't care because that's why they go over there with the white people.
Right. And you know what? The coons are afraid to be on their own. I don't need to be with white. I don't need to be with white people or black people.
Oh wow. Okay.
Dude, I know my mother used to tell me one thing I admire about you, Stanley, is you can entertain yourself. Fuck yeah, I'll whip out a book and ignore all your asses.
Truer words have not been spoken. Let's.
I'm digging it, Stanley.
Yeah. Continue.
Okay, well, y'all think I'm new to this? Nothing's changed. Why do you think I continue doing this show on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel? I don't give a fuck if people don't agree with me. As long as I can justify the way I think, I'm good. And actually, this brings up something. You know who Nas 415 is? Lou? SKC, you might not.
No.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
he's a dude who's like a regular, in this John Galt space. He asked me last night, because John Galt did a late show, and he asked me last night, because I think John has like almost 1,400 subscribers, and I tend like the highest. I actually got over 100 viewers in the chat once, but that was because of a raid. I think that's what they call them. So generally, I'll get 35 tops. A lot of times it's under 10. And I care, as far as that goes. But he asked me, well, Stanley, what about the other, I don't know, 1,300? Does it hurt you that 1,300 people don't think you're worth watching? And my response is, as long as I know, Nas, that you're a part of that 1,300, I'm actually relieved. Okay, because the people who do rock with me at least know me well enough to know that I don't really give a fuck with 1,300 people. If they have better things to do, more power to them. I would rather them do what they want to do than be in my chat tossing me stupid ass questions. I can concentrate on the people who, at least want to hear me out or agree or disagree, but at least they want to hear me out. 25 is much more manageable than 1,300. So Nas, as long as you're in that 1,300 and don't want to watch, I would worry if a dumb motherfucker like Nas started listening to me. It's like, well, goddamn, I must be saying something really stupid if I'm grabbing Nas's attention. And dude, I don't depend on this for a living. My channel per se is not monetized. So, the occasional, support of the show, like today, thank you, 12th Man, and thank you, DiCapriono. The occasional cash app is nice. I'll get a 6-pack of beer today, but I don't depend on this for my livelihood. I do it because I like news, politics, and culture, and the occasional, fuckery. So anyway, I thought the Nas story would get a laugh, but apparently not.
First with Africans when I was touring East Africa from 2015 to 2020, Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, and Kenya. And I did it from school to school, universities, and there'll be scholars in the room, and they are never able to point to anything. Now, let me explain something to you. And the older people, your parents feel, they know this, that they wouldn't. So when this happens to any culture, you know what they do? They then feed their children with negatives about other people to explain why I don't have anything to point to, because somebody stopped us from doing it. So the African American, the African, we are lucky on the continent of Africa. We are lucky for only one thing. And if any Africans are
let's see. This does not come up. Michael says that basically, what does he say? Because you won't see it. It's in the chat. Gotta love niggas that don't understand the world. I argue the opposite. Excuse me. I argue, Mr. Brown, that I understand the world better than you. I understand that the world is not the end all and be all. What other people think is not necessarily the end all and be all. You got to use the right tool for the right job. There's a time to care about what other people think. There is another time when you might just have to be a rugged individualist. The magic or the talent or the wisdom is knowing which tool you need to go with in any particular situation. I argue that you think the world should make decisions in your personal life. Like, hey, if all the YNs are, wearing saggy pants, you need to wear saggy pants too. I'm not one of those guys.
are watching the show, they will tell you it's true. We never have our parents or the elders ever feed us with any negative thing about foreigners. Never. Now, those in South Africa will say it's not the case because of apartheid. But in West Africa, no. We have only three ways. We either make fun of foreigners, we like them, or we just simply praise them. That's why you do not read in the news every day that a white man was touring and he was hurt in the streets because of, what do you call it, race hate. Never. Never. So when African Americans see the Africans in America, our relationship with white people, they're surprised to say, what, you're kissing their boot? No, it's not so. It's not so. Not at all. So this came to me because I was that black man in the room that day, 1991. And I know you can't wait to hear what did I say.
What
that
did you
answer,
say?
no, that answer is going to come in my next episode. Let me speak to why and how you should think about it. Wouldn't you question yourself? Now, I tell you, Korean kids are told by their parents, that Korean families, Korean men and Korean women are the best in the world. And the Korean food is the best. They tell their children to the point they believe it. So Koreans, they are very proud people, let me tell you. Positively, very, very proud. You're not going to put a Korean down. When I moved to Japan, they're Buddhist. So they have a culture. You can see it from within, how they speak. A Japanese never, never, ever puts blame on anybody to the people. Never do. Because what you're doing is you're weakening the kids. So they never do. And so somehow, naturally, the Japanese, they are very subdued. They don't boast and all that. They don't even say it out. But you can see it. Their humility becomes some of their power.
Mm.
The English, they have what they tell their children. The manifest destiny. God chose the Englishman to civilize others. You think their children are depressed by that? No. What did the Jews say when they couldn't explain to their kids why they are the ones who are being persecuted time and again? They told their kids, no, don't worry. It's because we are the chosen one.
So you're saying pretty much that when we as a people put blame on other cultures to excuse why we haven't made and shake the world.
No, we think we haven't made or shake the world. We don't know it. That's why you've not been told. What have you been told when you were bringing up as a black girl? What do you know in your culture as this is what? Every American, have you heard their national anthem? What is the slogan of America? The home of the brave and what?
The land of the free.
That's correct.
The Blave? Did he say home of the Blave? Latino, this guy's cooking up bullshit stew. Let's see. So why do blacks / Africans? Well, let me help you here. I don't think blacks and Africans are the same. So when you put blacks / Africans, I see them as two discrete groups. So that's where I differ with you right there. Have such a bad rep. I think that people have, I think blacks have a bad rep because you think like white people and white people think like you. That everything that black people do is like a group approval. If I rob somebody, that everybody in the group at a minimum will make an excuse and or they actually think it's the right thing to do. Blacks have a bad reputation because too many people think like Michael Brown and Be Brave and others. I don't think like that. I don't think any one person should be taking orders or approval from the group. I don't think any one person needs to do, if the group jumps off the bridge, I'm not inclined to do that. One of those guys at T, you join the group, the U.S. military, and you put on a uniform. Yikes. No idea what that means, but I do know that I did it. If I'd been listening to Michael Brown, I would have done something else probably. SKC, you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm just sitting here listening. I'm working in the background as well, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, I'm just listening. But I think what's his name? Mr. Is it Mr. Brown? Yeah, I've been listening to you. You gotta go back and forth with him in the chat.
Well, no, I'm not going back and forth. I just think that he sounds like Be Brave. He seems to think every black is like a Lego. We are all joined somehow to make a big Lego black culture. And if you take one out, the culture is incomplete. And I've never thought like that. And that people actually think like that, it's almost scary. I think thinking like that is actually worse for the quote black culture than white racists are. And I've said that several times. If black culture is going to fail, it's because we all think that we all ought to be the same way or excuse what YNs do or what have you. That is not good for any culture that you might want to preserve.
What is your national anthem? What is the slogan of the black countries in Nigeria?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you
That's
because
correct.
yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Ask any Nigerian next time you meet them. When they were growing up, what is it they hear?
Well, number one,
Well, I know in Jamaica they say
as a matter of fact, later on today, I will be doing a show with a Nigerian, Charles. There's a show called Critical African Thinkers. Thursdays, we've been talking about American politics. I'll send out a notice on from my channel. We've been doing it at 6 Eastern time on Thursday Thursday evenings. I have no idea what today's topic will be about, but Nigerians don't tend to think of themselves as Nigerians. They tend to think of themselves more at a tribal level. At least that's the impression I get. So I'm not exactly sure where he's going with this point. I guess I should shut up and let him cook. Yeah, Michael, I think that if everybody in the Black community starts thinking about what other people in the Black community are gonna think, or I think that is a recipe for failure. And it might be the cause. I haven't really thought of it in that way, but it might be why we get judged as a group. I didn't think many people thought like you. But if people are thinking that we should be acting as a group, and a lot of people that are in the like kind of Pan Africans will talk about being on code. And there's a show that every now and again I'll go on a panel, Black British guy, called the Black Betterment broadcast. I recommend, Michael, you might like it. They talk a lot about being on code. We ought to plan as a group, up until the point to where, Pan Africans ought to band together somewhere in Africa and start a country. That would be a horror show, in my opinion. I'm much more American than that. We are at the bottom. No, Michael, we are not at the bottom. Maybe some people in the Black community are at the bottom. I think you can reference history and kind of get an idea of why we might be. But just because we're at the bottom doesn't mean we have to think like why we're at the bottom, or accept that individuals have to be on the bottom. So Be Brave calls himself a bottom feeder quite often as kind of like a bragging point. If you want to be a bottom feeder like Be Brave, you're free to do so. Have fun at the bottom.
out of many people won.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Anybody says that, out of many people won. What does that mean?
Yeah.
A kid is going to walk around.
I think you're muted, Stanley.
Oh shit. How this thing about Jews win, whites win, Asians win? Yeah, that's judging people by a group. I know a lot of Asians who weren't particularly successful. Be Brave as a white man, in my opinion, he's a failure. Be Brave is not a white winner, in my opinion. He is self-satisfied. That's a good thing. So he's not a burden on anybody else. But I kind of disagree. I think basically it's reductionist to think Jews win, whites win, Asians win, or blacks need to act as a group. I just think that's reductionist.
Out of many people won. Look at you growing up in America and your national anthem ends with the home of the brave.
No, I
and the land
actually
of the free.
think be brave.
I
Look,
definitely
I think even be brave is just a failure, even if you just look at his arguments. Be brave. If he is a street psychologist, he has failed to become a real credentialed psychologist. Okay, I'm not impressed if he thinks he's a street level psychologist. That's not success in my mind. I have a different measure of success.
always question, being a part of American culture. And definitely, I think during high school and getting more in touch with the resources that, that point to African history and what actually happened, and not in the American history books.
Like
And,
what?
Like, like how American history books start with slavery. And, that's not really.
No, it doesn't. American history doesn't start with slavery.
Well, I mean, it
starts with how they came here,
right,
found this land, and decided this is where we are going to settle.
Right.
And then it goes on to how they settled and how the Indians suffered in their hands.
Right.
And how Colombia came through here.
Right.
They write all that in the American history book. Nobody is forcing you not to write your book. You think the Jews who live in America.
Well, see, I actually agree with that point. If you think history, shoot, did you know that the person who cultivated wheat in America, SKC, was of African heritage? He came with the Spanish conquistadors. If you think Black history in the Americas starts with the United States and slavery, that would be inaccurate as well. You need to do more homework. Latino, that's exactly my point. If you start caring about what the group says, that leads to whataboutism. Well, hell, so and so did it in Chicago. No, I think thinking more at an individual level, the culture going forward needs to start within your four walls. That will lead to individual accountability. You got to start somewhere. I think groupthink or caring what white people might think of Black people, I think that is what leads to making excuses. I think over time, you start getting children, who will kind of look to MTV or whatever people watch these days. Yeah, that's not thinking for yourself. You can only take accountability for yourself when you think for yourself. And people don't seem to be able to understand that. I think maybe Latino, you do.
Rely on Americans to write their history, even though they live here. They write their story while they are here for their children to read. So why are you saying the American history book doesn't have anything about us? Why are they?
No, it has stuff about us.
So
I just feel like none of our highlights are highlighted.
Like what? What do you know and it's not highlighted?
I say specifically something that a lot of people don't know is about the Moors time in Spain.
What?
The Moors, their time in
Oh
Spain.
my God.
Okay, well, see, the problem with that is the Moors weren't sub-Saharan. Now, there's some ancestry in Morocco. There's a tribe that's dark-skinned. I think it's Morocco, but by and large, the Moors weren't sub-Saharan Africans.
Yeah, and then on top of that, the people that do the whole Moor thing with the pro-blacks and all of that stuff.
Well, he's talking Spain. I don't know if he's like a Moorish guy.
Yeah,
maybe
but
I don't, because you watch this, right?
Yeah, but I watched the majority of it. But the argument of the whole Moor thing that a lot of the pro-blacks use in the United States and so forth, it's so convoluted. It's absurd. One of the major points that they perhaps by lie of omission, the Moors were Islamic, and the Islamic rulership was in Mecca. So they were at best a subset of a group of people who were controlled by by their leaders in Mecca. So they make it seem as though they were some sort of subset of black people that were just doing whatever black people did. There's like, no, they were following the laws and orders and dictates of the people who were over them.
But see, this goes back to my point about, even the historical comparison or links are just non-existent in this guy's argument. This is the danger of doing these cultural comparisons.
Well,
even if the Moors did have a deeper connection to sub-Saharan Africa, nothing to do with 2025 and quote legacy Black Americans. I don't see.
Right.
There is no connection.
Right. And that's what Zano is gonna I think gonna help the guy to appreciate, in short, is that this excursion into this history actually has nothing to do with what he's talking about. And
gotcha.
That exercise of doing that type of excursion is basically nothing more than some sort of Black ambrosia.
Mm-hmm. Well, Michael thinks that I'm thinking like a child. Well, thinking like this has got me to 60. So it may be like a child, but it works for me.
I'm enjoying
I literally think that caring what a group thinks and you're within that group, I think that's almost tantamount to self-destructive.
I don't know whatever you've done, but you've made something with them, because I even like the capitalization. It's supposed to be the raising of the voice. It's like, Stanley, you think like a child. Don't judge me. That's not the way the world.
Oh, no. Well, hey, that's why I keep asking you to hit the link and come up to the panel. I'm just reading. I'm not judging you. I'm reading what you write, and I'm commenting on what you write. I don't mean to be personal. Please don't think I'm trying to be personal, but I am going to say what I think of what you're writing. And a female child at that. Yeah. Well, I guess he thinks that hurts. You are a liar. You were an officer in the military. Well, let's start right here. I wasn't in the military. I was in the Navy. Let's start understanding that military is not Navy. We often use the term military, kind of as a coverall, but you need to understand, if you want to be persnickety about this, let's fucking start being precise in our language. So even as an officer in the Navy, you do have carte blanche to run whatever organization you're running the way you think. Now, there are rules and regulations, but one of the things I loved about the Navy is that half the shit that happened when I was in the Navy, to me personally, they don't occur in a field manual. The Army, for instance, is back when I was in Army ROTC, it was the FM 22-5, which was the quote Bible. Half the shit that happens to you in the Navy isn't in a field manual. You need to be able to think on your feet. That's why I loved it. The Army and even the Marine Corps are a little bit too regimented for my type of personality. There's a lot more gunslinging in the Navy, at least in the ship Navy. Let's see, what else do we have here? I see River of Hate is back. Yeah, I'm always nice until I'm not there, River of Hate. No, the Navy is not the military. Technically, it is the Navy. Yes, motherfucker. See, when you got to be able to look at this. This happens a lot in the John Galt space. Well, Stanley, no, you're splitting hairs. The devil is in the details, young man. You better know the details. That's how you win arguments. Knowing the details of your argument. That is the key to success. Don't look at things at the surface level. Don't look at things at the group level. You got to get down in the weeds. You got to get down in the weeds.
Oh man,
Dude.
it's like Stanley. Could that little summation of like with the last 15 seconds or so? Can I clip that? Because I just want that for my
Please
personal
do.
record. Yes, I want that for my personal record. Because you know me, I revel in the details. So I want that clip just for my own personal.
Well, I mean, I still think right tool for the right job. There are times when you don't want to get in the weeds, but I will not stand for the criticism that I'm splitting hairs. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I?
He said, "That's
Well,
how you
apparently,
win the argument."
let me tell you what Michael might be thinking. Well, blacks aren't supposed to know details. Blacks are supposed to speak jive. They're not supposed to be articulate. They're not supposed to be in detail. They're supposed to go with what's cool. Stanley, you sound like a square. Getting into details is so square. Dude, give me a fucking break. I will detail your ass to death. I will fucking laugh while I do it. I will tack your ass to a wall with 1,000 little finishing nails. And nail each one of them individually.
They were. I'm not an expert on this topic, so
Sure.
I don't want to, act like I'm an expert. But you could definitely look up this information for yourself. And they were basically, a group of black men, and they settled in Europe or in Spain a long time before whites had gotten there. And it's something that I really didn't learn until high school.
So what would
late in
you
high
go
school.
around today in the world, every corner of the world that you see that will remind you?
Okay, dude, does he know that Spanish, for instance, is closer to Latin, like classical Latin, than Italian is?
Thank you.
No, that's what
Mainly
about
because Spain started off like way back in the Roman times. It was kind of like what would it be like Palm Springs for rich Romans? Where does he whites Moors were there before whites? Where the fuck is this?
but that's what I'm telling you. It's like that's that pro-black ultra revisionist history that that you find.
No, that's just ignorance of history.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not making this up. That a lot of the pro-blacks, they will recite such things, and they'll even try to connect it to America. I mean, am I lying, Latino?
No, you're not, because this is the thing. My grandmother, right? She went to church a lot, and she was very religious, and she gave me stories of the Moors, and what she had told me. I mean, I'm not saying that she is right, but what she had told me is that these people went around the world, traveling on foot and horses and shit, like and knowing things of their culture and whatever they know, and also bringing knowledge. That's what she taught me. But I've never heard that the Moors were in Spain and shit.
Well, Moors, I mean, yeah, they were there for like, what was it, like several hundred years before they were driven out. Well, yeah, but the point is there is an African connection via Spain, but not the way he thinks it is. The Moors have nothing to do with American history. At least, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know what unless you're talking about the halls of Montezuma. Maybe some descendants of the Moors were taking Europeans hostage.
Man,
maybe
Stanley,
the Europeans.
If you know, it's like if you go into the dark halls of pro-black Historia, they will
see. I don't go there.
They will tell tales of how the Moors went on into into Europe, went on into the Norwegian areas, crossed the land bridge, Greenland into Canada, and were the original black people that were in the United States. I mean, it gets crazy,
bro. SKC. What Stanley said, it starts at the home and the four walls, right? So saying that, like, if you want to know your history and everything, the best people to ask is your grandparents, your parents, your family,
Right.
and you talk to them and you figure that out, because nobody else can give you your origins, nobody else can give you your history but your family.
Well, I was also going to point out, because I made this point to John Galt the other day, talking to him on a panel on this channel. I don't go on a whole lot of black channels that would probably agree more with me politically because of this Moors bullshit. You know
It would
what?
be
I
boring.
would get up there. They would hate me as much as I'm hated in this John Galt space, because I'm not going to spare their feelings. If I think, if I'm on, say, Sharon Bracey's, I listen to Sharon every now and again, his panels, and they make me cringe. So
it's like Sotomayor. I can listen to him, but there's certain things that he says that I'm just like,
well, in some ways, I would actually find him a little bit easier to listen to
Oh, you think?
than some people, that like Q Butter. I was listening to something the other day, and they go on their panels go on for days. And
that's what I mean. He's one of those more guys.
Yeah, okay.
He's
Well, I mean, I
guys.
eventually just found it unlistenable.
He's one of those guys.
Let me guess. They built the pyramids too.
Oh yeah, all of that stuff. He'll go into
Cleopatra was black.
The vibration, the vibrations within rap. Produce a spiritual connection to the melanin that's in black.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I don't know. I don't even want to say what I want to say, because I'm gonna look like a crazy person.
To Michael Brown's point, and I assume, is he named after the guy out in
R.I.P.
Oh, really? Okay. The only individual man in a uniform. Let me tell you a story, and I've told this story on this channel before, on this show before, and I'm not going to get into great detail, but it involved a guy who needed to go home, black kid from Mississippi, if I recall, wanted to go home and get married, and he didn't have leave. And I basically said, hey, I can't sign this. You have 0 leave time. I don't know what you're going to do. Well, he decided to go UA, which is AWOL in Navy speak. And you know what? It's like I didn't quote notice for a day or two. Because I knew where he had gone. I didn't tell him to do what he did. I would never have approved of it. But apparently he really wanted to get married before he deployed. It was his first deployment. And I kind of gave him a little bit of a head start. And then I reported him UA. And so because I knew he was coming back. He came back with that fucking ring on his finger, though. And he went to captain's mast, which is non-judicial punishment. He wasn't gonna get in a whole lot of trouble. Well, you know what? I said, well, Captain, I had no idea he was going to do this, but look at his finger. Look at his finger. He did get married, and you know what? I knew my captain was going to go, well, you did fucking go unauthorized. However, I'm not going to come down on the side of a young sailor, get married before he deploys. How is that going to make people? How are you going to look? Yeah, he broke a rule. So the fucking XO was fucking steamed, because he was kind of a throw the book at you kind of guy. So he calls me into his stateroom and shuts the door. and he just dresses me down. He goes, Stan, you have your own agenda, don't you? I looked at him and I smiled and I went, XO, your agenda is my agenda. And we both knew I was lying through my teeth. So there is room. One of the things I liked about the Navy, there will be things that you don't encounter in a book. You have to think on your feet. That was one of those times where I was kind of an individual in uniform. There were many of those when I was in the Navy. And I was kind of infamous on my ship for bending rules. What the fuck are rules there for if you can't bend them every now and again? Besides following them, you know, they have other uses too. Sometimes you can use rules to your advantage. So, yep, the Navy was awesome. I was in Army ROTC. I left Army ROTC because I got bored. You know, everything is in the FM 22-5. Don't deviate. I don't even know if that field manual exists anymore. But the Navy was a lot more freeing. You know, there was a little bit more latitude for making command decisions. So this show's getting a little long in the tooth, to be honest. And I pretty much get the gist of where this show is going. We'll watch a few more minutes, but I'll have to call it because we're at about 5 hours. So we'll watch about 6 more minutes. That'll take me to 6, and then we'll call the ball. Another Navy term, though I wasn't an aviator. Take it easy, Latino. I'm not sure if I'm doing a show tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow morning. I may not. Probably won't. If I do a show, I might just do a pop-up show during the day. And while I'm thinking about it, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Michael, you may be subscribed, but also subscribe to my channel. It's the Stanley Cross YouTube channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I think it's all one word. Make sure you support the host. Again, thank you to DiCapriono. Thank you to 12th Man for supporting the show today. I guess this show is brought to you by 12th Man and DiCapriono. Make sure you support Portia J. She is literally the woman who conceptualized the whole Stanley versus the World project. And she is very good to us and to me. And that's why I'm here today. And this is what Michael White writes. That's why blacks will never win. And see, this is the perfect example of what I mean. Blacks are not going to win due to history, maybe, as a group. We need to reform, maybe, Black culture individually within our 4 walls, and eventually things maybe fall in. The other thing about the way I conceptualize the quote Black community is there are communities. Black culture, I tend to like to look at it as more a local phenomenon. Like, you know, blacks in Atlanta are not necessarily like blacks in Chicago, or like Los Angeles, etc. I like to be a lot more localized. Trying to win as a group has not worked in our past because we, like other groups, are like herding cats. We have different agendas. We have different values. We have different abilities. And the blacks will never win bullshit is just that. I don't think whites have won. If they win, it's because, yeah, it was founded by Europeans. But you'll never, dude, I lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains for damn near 20 years. There's some shotgun shacks up there, right next to McMansions. I don't necessarily think whites have won. People like Be Brave want to think like a group. Like I said, No one's going to want to, some rich dude, Elon Musk isn't going to be happy moving next door to be brave, would never think of it. So this group win scenario, I just don't think people with an actual brain tend to be a lot more granular in their social critiques, at least in my opinion. So blacks will never win. Blacks will never win if they think as blacks. I don't think Jews have won. Literally October 7th happened, 2023. It happened. That wasn't a win, Michael. Israel has been at war since its conception in 1947. I don't see that as winning. Not a war anyway. Maybe there's some battles. So we just don't think alike. And you know what, Michael? That's perfectly fine. I'm okay with it. I made it to 60 fairly successfully. You've made it to 64, even better, thinking the way you do. We don't have to think alike, brother. So let's see shit. There's 2 minutes left before I hit the 6 hour mark. So I'm going to table it here. Let's see. We'll let you have the last word. Michael says, yes, it has. All the winning groups today practice just that. You're living in a winter of whiteness. So I motherfucking live in a winter of whiteness. That has got to be a show title. Gotta be a show title. Hold on one sec. Winter of whiteness. Michael, thank you for supporting the show with the next show's show title. I appreciate it. So let me make sure that I write this down. Winter of whiteness. Gotcha. All right, folks. I definitely enjoyed it. I may go live tomorrow, but who knows? I might go live at the normal time. But again, I'm trying to do Monday through Thursday and then a pop-up show maybe on the weekend if there are news items I don't get to or something I want to say. Again, thank you to DiCapriono and 12th Man for supporting the show today. I am going to go right out at some point and get a 6-pack and crack it open and go cheers to 12th Man, cheers to DiCapriono. I don't know what John's plans are. He will probably do a show at some point. I may wind up in the chat. I may not. In Ungawa, Black Power. Oh, come on, dude. Really? That is so white. That's from fucking Tarzan. How white can you be? Ungawa. Oh, Michael, you are that. I might have to take that as another show title. Ungawa Black. Yeah, we're gonna do that. So you've given me 2 show titles. Thank you, Michael. And everybody, make sure you have a good day. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, SKC and Lou, for coming up, especially SKC, who was like, just kind of goosing me on. So, Michael, I appreciate you too. You guys, I will see you on the next episode. By the way, I will be on Charles's show later on around, probably less than 6 hours. It'll be an hour talking American politics. I'll send out a notice from my channel. And Portia and I have talked about simulcasting it on the John Galt show, but we haven't worked out the details, and it'll come eventually. So y'all watch me talk politics with Charles, who is in Lagos, Nigeria, by the way. I've known him for a few years now through Discord. So y'all take it easy. Have a good day. And let's see if I can actually end this. All right. Talk to y'all later.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.